face. I wish all the best and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months. BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
A humble request to everybody to kindly get settled and seated and kindly place your phones in silent mode as we're about to begin our event now. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome one and all to the 4th edition of BW Future of Management Education Conclave 2023, the most comprehensive digital conclave deliberating on the future of management education. My name is Chandni Sehgal and I'm glad to be your host for the day. As we all know, since last 2 years, the spread of COVID-19 has transformed our lives. Moving from offline classes to online, there have been only a few times where we have returned to schools or colleges. As we straddle this uncertain world, the wheel of time has brought about changes in the education sector. The education sector in India has seen a lot of investments and developments in the recent past, but the journey of the future is seeing its perils. What is expected and how will the sector deal with it? Bringing together the key stakeholders from the education community, the BW Future of Management Education Conclave aims to unlock fresh strategies and foster new approaches to build a future-ready education ecosystem. BW Business World is an exclusive BW Business World community for the entire education sector, including K-12, higher education, skill education, professional education, and education for social responsibility. It aims to engage students, parents, educators, leaders, policymakers, service providers, and every person associated with the education industry. Can I please request the BW team to play the community audio visual to give you a sneak peek into the world of BW education world? Can we please have the AV? That was quite a wonderful and educative video indeed. Moving ahead. BW Business World led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and magazines. BW Business World is proud to be enriched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences, forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Before we start today's summit, could I please request the BW team to play the legacy audiovisual to give you a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World? Can we please have the AV?
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars 33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Wow, that was quite wonderful indeed. Moving forward, can we please have the IBLFAV now?
Different things, document the history, link it with economic policy.
This image of a businessman as being a bad character, as somebody who doesn't pay taxes, as somebody who smuggles, as somebody who leads a debauched life, just went on being perpetuated.
I actually believe, as the saying goes, the science of medicine is the art of healing. And I therefore believe that there is a commonality between medicine and between medical. Both need discipline and determination.
We've put together a very capsule version of some of the best practices that have made people thrive at work.
When there was a lot of media debate on television, in print media, and where everybody felt that bankers are the most crooked people in this country. So I thought that I should try to put honestly the things in perspective.
The moral compass is a collection of 17 short stories on moral dilemmas, ethical dilemmas, which we all face in our day-to-day life.
Insurance deals with a messy subject. So we're talking about death, we're talking about disease, we're talking about hospitalization, problems. And we all have a tendency, I'm included in that, of not really being very direct when we talk about problems.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall, which is the more interesting your life, the more interesting your stories.
Think of the Purusharths as human capability, as potentiality. And if you fulfill your capability, you are fulfilling life.
Wow, that was quite impressive indeed. Now we will be showcasing the IBLF for the Mumbai Tire, followed by the Pune. Please take a look onto the LED screens in front of you. That was quite impressive indeed. And truly, this is a new chapter that we are envisioning and moving ahead with. Today's digital broadcast is being streamlined live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on our website, www.bweducation.com. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share their learnings from the day by using hashtag Future of Management Education. Could I now request the BW team to show us today's event AV? Can we please have the AV? Well, here it goes. As you all could see that we do have quite an impressive lineup of speakers and panel sessions throughout the day. So stay put with us. Before I move forward with today's proceedings, I would also like to thank our partners for the day. Our education partner, IMT Institute of Management Education, Ghaziabad. Co-partners, IPE Institute of Public Enterprise, Lexicon Management Institute of Leadership and Excellence, Lexicon Institute of Hotel Management. Associate partners, Sivar Savani Institute of Management, Tapni TA Pai Management Institute, Extra Edge Q Academy Institute partners, Fatima Business School, EdTech partner Times Pro, B School partner IMS Institute of Management Studies Ghaziabad, BIM, Bharti Dasan Institute of Management, Tiruchira Palli, college partners, SCMS Cochin School of Business, GNIOT Institute of Management Studies, supporting partners, Ramaya Institute of Management, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, gifting partner, Doing Business School Group, Dehradun, media partner, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, BW Business World, Impact and Pitch. With this, I now may request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Exchange for Media Group to join us and give the inaugural address. Let's welcome Dr. Batra with a round of applause, please.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be here. We had the top education brands ceremony yesterday. We had a conference which was full of learning, connections, and more importantly, insights for the future. The Future of Management Education Conclave we started many years back. It was co-terminus with our B School rankings. But when we launched the B School rankings this year in November, my friend Rahul, the gentleman, excuse me, can I request you to sit? You can always network, no problems with that. Thank you. So we started the Future of Management Education Conclave with our B School rankings. We bring out the B School rankings every year in the first week of November. But we decided to do this in Jan for various reasons. I'm happy we're doing it here. I want to welcome everyone who's there, but I will start with Dr. Bhimsen Maitre, who's now the director of IIM Nagpur, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, who's now the director of IIM Tiruchirappalli. Sudhakar Garu, we are smiling. Yes, my association with them is because of MDI. There's no question about that. I also want to welcome Mr. Manish Sri Krishna, who's the CEO of Times, Dr. Madhu Chatkara, Dr. Sudhakar Rao, all our friends and partners. Some I know, some I'm sure I'll get to know. I remember 5 years back, we had this Future of Management Education, and we had the education minister, we had Dr. Preetham Singh, and that day, Shiv Kumar, who's now at Aditya Vikram Birla Group, made a presentation on what are the changes happening in the business world, and hence, what are the changes that should happen in a business school, right? And I think it's the best presentation. One, it was practical, it was real, but it was very, very relevant. And we are talking almost 3 years after Corona. I think the skills required to be successful in the marketplace, in the business world, broadly remain the same, but a new set of imperatives get added. There are new paradigms. But I want to add only 3 skills that are relevant. First of all, we've talked about soft skills for 2 decades, at least the last 1 decade. We've been talking about, of course, people who get into top tier IIMs or top tier business schools are very intelligent. But sometimes even in the top business schools, the grooming can be better. The soft skills can be better. Communication can be better. Presentation skills can be better. Group interactions can be better. Overall, the soft skills that we've been talking about, I think our employability suffers because of the kind of, and I want to give you an example. One of my classmates from school, his daughter met me last year, and he's my, friend from the age of 4. We went to the same convent school, lives in Gurgaon, and I met Hilakshi, and then she wanted to do a training with a fashion magazine. I put her in touch with Cosmo. She got it, but next day she declined the offer. So I asked, she said, I've got a 60,000 rupee job at Mintra. No experience, undergrad, no business school. But she was so good at what she was, outstanding at design. I saw her design. She's older to my daughter by 2 years. And I said, wonderful. So I wasn't surprised. But the point I'm trying to make is education is very important. I'm old fashioned. Upskilling is very important. But at the same time, personality, passion, knowing a domain deeply matters. The second is the curriculum. One is soft skills, grooming, bringing people to improve. We had the personal growth lab, Dr. Poonam Sehgal taught us, right? Which was a little broader than just personality. Second is new areas. I don't know of too many business schools, definitely not at MDI, but there's no course on ESG or sustainability. Why? If business school leaders who will be future leaders are not sensitized to ESG, sustainability, in a deep way, not in a superficial way, right at the start. Where is the course on NFT? Where is the course on digital finance? Where is the course on gaming? Because these are areas that are new and they're still evolving. Even the regulators are dealing with new, dimensions every day. So course curriculum has to keep pace while the traditional accounting, finance, ops, marketing, HR, OD, OB, all that needs to be there. Third is, very, very importantly, courses in happiness. You know, the number one course, which is a free course in a top-notch business school in the US, is the course on happiness, right? So courses in areas that seemed fuzzy to us. I don't think we ever thought of doing a course in happiness. Course in happiness was, those from Delhi was going to Roshan the Kulfi and eating Kulfi. That was the course in happiness, you know. But I think the last issue of Time was on happiness. Even this professor was quoted, and she's just taken, she said, I have mental issues. She took 1 year off to be able to connect with her authentic self. So things that we never thought are needed at B schools. I also want to say that, of course, we are led by dynamic directors in all our business schools. But how directors can have reverse mentors, young people who mentor them in all these areas, because they have a lot to offer. What Dr. Mitra would bring, or Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh would bring, or other directors would bring to their cohorts of teachers would be invaluable. Their own experience of teaching, their own experience of being administrative leaders. And in some business schools, I remember I went to Pramath last year, I said this, and for my daughter wanted counseling. She had a couple of choices of colleges, and Pramath is outstanding in the way he dealt with a student or a young mind. And at the end, you know, my wife, my daughter were there, and then I said, by the way, MDI needs a new director, right? So what do we do and what do we? So he said to me, you know, you may want to look at Ashoka. We have 3 pro VCs. One is pure academics, one is capital raising, or as we call growth, and one is business issues. Now, does a director have all the 3 qualities of being academic oriented, engaging in faculty, engaging with the outside world? In your case, you don't have to raise capital in that sense. You know, IIMs don't have to. But business issues being somebody's. So maybe that's the business model for B schools, even if not in a formal way, you all having 2 or 3 people who are leaders who, you know, why you lead them. So business schools have to practice what they preach. Business schools have to create more leaders. Most directors get jealous of professors who are more famous than them. Right, Dr. Mitra, you know many examples. That shouldn't happen, because if those professors are successful, it adds to the college. Look at the US campuses. I mean, there are professors, we know the professors, we may not know the dean. We may not know, I mean, dean is the director there, so to say, or the president. We don't know, but we know the professor. And I can give you names. And the last point is, I think organizations like Times Pro in the higher education space, in the management education, skilling of professionals at a certain level are playing a critical role. But like in media, we didn't build a Facebook, we didn't build a LinkedIn. B schools should have built edutech companies. Should have built edutech products ideally, because you had everything that they are kind of building on. But the mindset is different. So can you bring the mindset of that entrepreneurial edutech player to a B school? And in this case, collaborate, because why reinvent? But maybe bring these. These are things that I keep thinking about. As Dr. Janat Shah said yesterday, that if you want to make a difference in an institution, it's a 10-year, 20-year-old long process. You have to bring leaders who bring the right faculty. And for IIMs and top-tier business schools represented in this room, it's easy to get students. It's how to impart deep learning, build their careers in a deep way is the real test. I'm sure today when you hear the leaders of this Indian business schools, which are second to none in the world, you will go back richer, wiser, and with some thoughts that help you do your leadership roles better. I don't want to stay between you and other speakers. I am conscious of the fact that we started late, so I wish you luck. It's been my dream to launch a sites dedicated to B schools. And in March, we will launch that. We launch a site dedicated to B schools. It will be a B2C site. So it will also help you in areas which are, you know, student admission, but it'll go beyond that. It'll be a holistic site. If a student comes there or a prospect or a future management leader, whatever you want to call, will have everything, he or she will have everything to be able to make the right decision in terms of the business school and have a continuing relationship with our editorial platform to guide through their journey. I know there are other products. Life is about abundance. We'll do something differentiated. We also showcase the IBLF, and Sudhakar Garu from ICFI is there. We did the IBLF in Pune 4 years back. ICFI partnered, and it is CEOs and big guys talking to big guys who happen to be business authors. You look at the profile of everyone. They're very interesting people who've done something, but they've written books in the business genre. So you will, we're doing it in 21 cities. We did it in Gurgaon on 3rd December, in Delhi on 3rd December, Gurgaon on 11th Jan. Bombay is on 21st, the Saturday. It is the Sofitel. And we, in every IBLF edition, there is somebody who launches their book. In Gurgaon, it was Gaur Gopal Das ji. In Delhi, it was Karan Bajaj. In Bombay, it's somebody special. His name is Joe Foster. Some of you may have known the business and the brand he created. He built a business called Reebok. He's 87-year-old. He started Reebok really long time back with his brother. He's coming to India for our IBLF. He will launch his book called The Shoemaker there. And then he's coming with us to Pune. He's coming with us to Jaipur. He's coming with us to Agra. He's coming with us on Wednesday, 25th is Bangalore. At the Lalit, it's a wedding season. So whatever hotels we get, we lap that up. In Bombay, it's at the Sofitel Surya. And the people who are doing conversations with them are also very accomplished. If you look at any city, it's a movement. I said yesterday, whatever little I've achieved is because of my parents' blessings, God's kindness, lots of help from friends and books. Because I read more books than anybody when I was younger. And I still buy more books than everybody. But I don't read all of them. I read very few. But that's my 2023 resolution, to complete my books and to be able to read more books. I take book reading holidays. So it's a movement. We've also launched the Best Business Book Prize. We're looking for sponsors. We have a 30 lakh kitty for the Best Business Book Prize, 15 lakhs for the winner, 9 lakhs for the second, first runner-up, and 6 lakhs. Over a period, we believe that CEOs, CXOs get too busy. I get too busy in my administrative job. You know, I read less, but I know lots of CEOs. Shiv is a great example. He does summary of a book every week. My friend Puneet from AWS every week shares the book he reads. Sudhakar Garu, I know lots. So really, books help you get perspective, ideas. Maybe I'm a little old-fashioned, but my daughter buys as many books as I do, almost as many. She's written a book at 17. You're kind enough to get her to Antistrapali. So really, books are a passion. They are shared wisdom. You get one idea which you can implement, and that can really change your life, or it definitely add to your life. I'd love to invite all of you to IBLF. The IBLF Book Prize, the jury chair is Mr. Gurcharan Das. It couldn't have been anybody. He'll turn 80 this year. He's 79 plus. He's October born. And I was preparing for my session with him. And 1 hour I was sitting quietly listening to him in a study at his home close by. And you know, I looked up to him as a student, as a B school student, when I was working for 4 years in a job. So clearly, and we have other accomplished people like Mr. Prakash here, Mr. Suhail Seth. Again, Suhail reads a lot of books. He reads it really fast. And Prakash, of course, is a celebrated author. He was the first person I reached out to when I thought of this. And I was doing research. McKinsey and FT, the Financial Times in UK, run the Best Business Book Award. It's run by FT, sponsored by McKinsey. So I didn't know. I just thought of an idea. The Pune IBLF, I've always collaborated with my, she's like an older sister to me, Aruna Kataraji, who owns an educational institution. Her father's head of Philolex. And Samir, who I was now shifted to London. So I started IBLF with them. And it was an idea that I mailed my team in 2014. And when I met them 3-4 years back, they had an idea. So I said, okay, let's do Pune together. But the rest cities, 20 other cities, we do it alone. So happy to involve you. This forum, books all are about knowledge, inspiration. And I hope we can add that little dimension of content in your lives which help you do better. All the best. Today we also are launching our B School Awards. This year we don't have a jury for that. Me and the editorial team have decided it. Yesterday we gave the best business school professor. I'm not complaining, but I wish you'd invited me. You did a 2-day event on Dr. Pritam Singh. You didn't invite me. I should have called you and invited myself, but it's okay. But I anyway was very tied up on those days. But I noticed that, and I'm not complaining. I don't complain. Whatever happens, happens for good. But we named the best business school director award. I've not even taken permission from Vikas and Vipul, but I'm sure they would have given me the permission as they made me trustee on the foundation, which they. So really, we called it the Dr. Pritam Singh Award for the best business school director. I don't think anybody would disagree with it. And if they disagree, they need education, I think. Right? So we launched that and we gave that to Dr. Janat Shah of IIM Udaipur. He's now a professor, he was a director. And I don't think there can be again, I stress test the award I call many directors because peer-to-peer appreciation is very difficult sometimes. It is very difficult in any business, in my business, in the acting business, in any people business. But in his case, there are people in the room who were spontaneous in saying, if you're doing, it should be Dr. Janat Shah without knowing that we've decided. So clearly, he's the recipient of the award for the first year. There are other 6 awards that we will have today. And hopefully from next year, we'll make a movement. Wish you luck. I hope we add to your knowledge journey and your connectivity journey. At the end of the day, business schools and business media products are about 2 things. They're about knowledge and they're about enhancing business. I hope you get both here, plus the inspiration. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. That was quite inspirational indeed. And rightly said that when you read a book or you read a poem, it stands in your mind for a long, long time. And same was with me. I'm an apt reader myself. So I would like to share a few lines with you to just bring about a bit of positivity in today's event. When you wake up in the morning and hurting is so great, when you wake up in the morning and hurting is so great, you don't want to wake up and face a world of fate. When everything in life goes wrong and nothing you do seems right, just try a little harder and soon you will see the light. For everyone feels heartache and pain, but only those who have true courage can get up and try again. So moving ahead with the next segment of our event here today, we now have a fireside chat on the topic management education, pivotal role that EdTech can play. And for humble participation, I would request the presence of Mr. Anish Sri Krishna, President and CEO Times Group, in conversation with Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, BW Business World Group and Founder Exchange for Media. Can we please have a round of applause?
We saw during the COVID peak that EduTech became a way of being for all of us. It became a way of delivering content in education because education is much more than content. It is the interaction between the student and the teacher. But EduTech and companies like Times Pro played their own part in making sure that the new skills that are needed for a post-corona world, and a lot has changed, are imparted. So let me welcome Mr. Sri Krishna to the Future of Management Education Conclave. And let me start by asking him, what has changed in the last 32, 36 months in terms of the business landscape, in terms of what are the skills needed, and how you at Times Pro are trying to make sure you make a play there and contribute.
So firstly, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a privilege to be with you and with all of the assembled dignitaries here. I think it's a fantastic event. So congratulations on putting it together. You're right in saying that Corona has been a game changer as far as EdTech is concerned. And we at Times Pro, part of the Times of India Group's legacy in education, we've been at the forefront of what we call the head tech movement, the higher education technology movement. It started with a vision of saying we have one of the largest underserved population in higher education in the country. And we try to solve for two very simple but very big issues, which is affordability and access. So we looked at the challenges of higher education in the country. We looked at how private education can solve for some of them. So when we set up Times Pro 10 years ago, it was pre-ed tech. We didn't have, the fancy technologies that we have today. We didn't have the fancy jargon that we have today. But we started with the simple premise of saying, if 60-70% of our graduates are unemployable, how can we solve for that problem? So we looked at various high employability sectors, high density sectors in the country. And we looked at how we can provide solutions for graduates and for industry to meet that supply demand gap that they were experiencing. That then transformed with the advent of technology into a solution set for working professionals, for management professionals, for technology professionals. So we are one of those few companies which transformed from being an education service provider to industry, academia, and learner into an ed tech service provider. So we're one of those people who started with an education DNA and have gone into a technology DNA.
So what are the skills? You're in the higher edutech space, as you said, high tech. What are the offerings that you have, and how do they match with what is needed in the marketplace? What are the skills? Some skills and hence your offerings pre-COVID are still relevant. But what have you added in the last 30 months, 33, 36 months?
Absolutely. I was coming to that. So what's happened in our view over the last 3 years, during and post-COVID, is that the world, which was already a VUCA world, has now become a hyper VUCA world. And you are seeing a greater, invasion of technology into every stream of life. You spoke about the need for soft skills, and you spoke about the need for people to have better personalities. I think a lot of this has been transformed through communication technology and through the invasion of technology into management. And I think the confluence of technology and management, the interface between technology and management is a huge topic. So today there are more IIMs offering courses in AI and ML than there are IITs. And that's the kind of transformation that we have seen. But more fundamentally, more viscerally, I think you will see transformation in the learner. And the learner is today perhaps responding to the events around the globe, around himself, around his markets. And he is now seeking a far more robust and a far more flexible curriculum that can help him add value, not in the next 10 years, but tomorrow. And that learner is now driving a lot of the thinking that edtech companies are putting into it. So when we partner with many of the luminaries in the room, we actually bring back a lot of feedback from our learners. We bring back what learners are thinking. And I think that's a big task that as a head tech company, we've been able to achieve. We've been able to bridge that learner academia gap. To a certain extent, we've been able to bridge the industry academia gap, because we are at the confluence of the employer, learner, academic interface. And we are looking to solve problems of both employability fundamentally and underemployability within working professional segment. So I think those are the interesting themes that we've been working
on. And give us some data points or case studies or insights, whatever you want to call it, from your partnership with leading B schools. What is working and what can be better?
So we partnered with a number of B schools. I don't want to get into who and what, but I think what we brought to the table is a fundamental understanding of the learner, a fundamental ability to manage the learner expectations and aspirations. And because of that, we've been able to add massive value to the programs that the institutes themselves are offering, especially in the online mode. So take a pre-COVID scenario where many of the institutes insisted that your learners have to come to a physical learning center. During the COVID there was no option of a physical learning center. And post-COVID, there is no thought of going back to a physical learning center. So today, what was considered an uncomfortable situation where you have to teach a completely online learner is now proving to be the most convenient truth. As long as you have a great learning experience platform, as long as you're able to fulfill outcomes for these learners, you're able to really deliver value. So with every one of our IIM partners, we've been able to demonstrate double-digit growth. So one of the early partners that we had was running an online degree program, an online MBA degree program. We were able to, in year one, double the intake as well as double the fee point. And that's a partner that has been with us now for 7 years. And each year we have surprised them on the upside with the kind of quality and the volume of students that we've taken up. We're looking at bringing in partnerships with industry, where we are getting in core industry curriculum in cutting edge areas like Web 3.0, AI, and so on. There's not as much academic content. There's not as much academic expertise which has been developed. Most of it has been developed on the other side of the pond. So we're bringing experts in to start contributing to learners and to start bringing their experience to the curriculum. And that's a virtuous cycle that we believe is very important as well. So I don't know about the statistics, but I think the direction of travel for us is extremely positive. And what we're seeing in both management and technology today is a very happy confluence.
Fantastic, Anish. I was talking to a CEO of a large edutech listed company globally, and I was asking which are the courses that are getting the most offtake. And about 20 months back, he told me that at that time the course was on communication, leadership. So and I said, what about ML, AI? They were 6th, 7th. They were not necessarily, but people were opting for courses like communication, which is so basic, seems basic. I mean, there's a business communication course in every B school, right? So give us a sense of what are the courses. Web 3, I'm sure all of you know, internet is Web 1, social media was Web 2, and blockchain and related technologies are all Web 3 in a very simplistic way. We live in the era of chat GPT. A lot of universities had to yesterday in India and abroad say that you will not be able to use chat GPT for doing your exams. And I only learned about chat GPT on 15 December. Both my children were speaking at a TED talk. My daughter studying in the US. She said, Papa, you can prepare my speech. So I asked one of my senior colleagues, can you prepare it for Pratna? And then my son also said, Prasan, that, and I was preparing it and I met 2 young mentees of mine, both run very large companies. One raised $1 million last year. And Weber told me, you don't have to, you can just, so he showed me in 20 seconds. So what I'm trying to ask you is, while technology is the flavor of the day, what are the courses beyond technology that are being picked up? And what are the courses you see in future that will have even more traction than they have today?
So that's a great question. And on the topic of ChatGPT, I think there was an article yesterday in the Times of India about a Harvard professor who gave an essay writing competition, and the best essay was written by ChatGPT, and they discovered it was plagiarized by accident. But the response of the professor was very interesting. Instead of saying, I'm going to ban ChatGPT, he said, you will write the first draft by hand without any browser in the classroom. Post that, we will do a ChatGPT session and we'll critique the ChatGPT version. So that's an interesting response to how to coexist with technology. And I think across higher education, that's a challenge, right? How do you coexist with technology? To your question on courses, we have been seeing, of course, a massive uptake on the technology-related courses. Also on these convergent courses, management technology. How do you, as a general manager, appreciate the application of various changing technologies like AI? The first book on AI was written by, I think, an Indian professor in a Canadian university, and he called AI as a prediction machine. And prediction machine is what all management is about. At the end of the day, if you're able to create a more predictable business, that's management for you.
Absolutely. But the thing about Chat GPT is, or any artificial intelligence, machine learning is, they look at past. So anything new that needs to be created will not create it. So human beings are not. So if you have art, you have anything which is a new hypothesis, Chat GPT cannot predict that.
Thus far as a 2021,
I mean,
it's dated 2021, but I'm sure it'll get better.
Yeah.
It's got
Now,
10
one,
billion.
one of the universities that I want to go and study, at least I wanted to till 2 years back, was the Singularity University. And for those, I'm sure all of you understand what is singularity. Just to put it in context, a singularity is when machines will mimic human behavior exactly in lots of areas. It can't be 100%. It may happen before 2034. And I know a friend of mine who's no longer, he's in heaven now. He passed away last year, Pradeep Guha, who went 3 years back, or 4 years, 3.5. He called me and he said, Anurag, you should go to Singularity University and do a course. So now, Singularity University in some way is very relevant to what Times Pro does. You know, the kind of courses, the kind of resource faculty they bring, adjunct, whatever you want to call it. How do you develop your content? How do you make sure that the content is differentiated and ahead of everybody else? Because your space is a very competitive, dare I say, cluttered space. So how do you differentiate?
So a lot of the content teams that we build are people with dual expertise, people who have worked in academia and people who also, the same people who have also worked in industry. So especially when you look at Web 3.0, when you look at the kind of content required for Web 3.0, much of it is seminal, much of it is being created for the first time. And it is being created out of the expertise of someone who has actually worked in that space. Similarly, even for our management programs, our early employability programs, the kind of content building teams we have are people with industry experience who are actually coming in and adding that flavor of, hey, this is what this young man or woman is going to face on the first day of his or her job. And that's what is required as a differentiating tool. You spoke about communication and you spoke about confidence. We deal with kids at, who are fresh out of college, graduate college, who can barely conduct themselves in an interview, who can barely, speak the first few lines. There is a lack of confidence there. There is a lack of, self-respect that they have. So we solve for a lot of these problems by creating an environment where they could actually become a better version of themselves, where they could, besides just the skill, they also pick up the will, which they can display to their employers, which they can display in an interview situation. And I think it's very, very important, especially when we look at an early career situation. It's very important that content creators, curriculum creators, take cognizance of who they are teaching and the situation in which they are creating those learning models. So that situational leadership comes from practitioners, because they understand, what is a young man or a woman going to face on the first day of the job. And I think
Absolutely, I totally agree. Anish, let me also ask you, till 18 months, we were saying the future of higher education tech and ed tech is hybrid. The future of colleges, whether it be school or other higher, is hybrid. But we fully come back. I mean, we can do a virtual event and our margins would be much high. To be honest, our margins in COVID were much high because there was no cost. There was 10% cost, the MC of the technology. But we still choose to do because, Gaurav's been telling me about you, but I met you for the first time and I feel comfortable, right? So is hybrid the future, or we'll be back to a fully face-to-face learning, or it is different courses for different horses? What is it?
I think that's the holy grail question, right? I mean, fundamentally, I think there is a massive space for the whole online movement to occupy. And that space is in solving the problems that the physical world cannot solve for. So today, if the NEP is talking about taking gross enrollment ratio in Indian higher education from 27% to 50%, that cannot be solved by physical infrastructure. You cannot build the number of classrooms that it will take to move our numerator from 27 to 50 or even 35, because the denominator is
or
so
60
high.
plus as NEP and charges.
Yeah, 50 is the 2030 target. 50% will require us to create a few million more seats across our
It's not
physical
an either or
infrastructure.
question.
So to me,
It's an and.
To me, the role of online is to solve the problems that we cannot solve through physical infrastructure. The role of physical infrastructure is to create those areas of excellence, which can only happen in a face-to-face interaction, which can only happen when you have strong professors interacting with each other in a highly charged academic environment. But then we have too few of those islands of excellence. We have too few of those faculty. We need to adopt that one-to-many approach to bring up that level of Indian humanity to a level where they can aspire, or their kids can aspire, to come to the islands of excellence that we have.
Okay, my last question before I bring in one or two questions. If you had to look ahead, Anish, 12 to 18 months, and I won't say 36 to 60 months as I used to, because I think the looking ahead is difficult in a very long-term scenario, given the last 36 months. What are your predictions? If, okay, you don't want to call them predictions. What are the trends, and especially the courses that you see will be seeing more offtake than others, and why?
So at an aggregate volume level, I believe that the entire undergraduate denominator is going to shift online. And there's a very strong reason for it. When you look at the penetration of degree programs, and if you look at the dropout rates after class 12, we have amongst the world's highest. So if online degrees in the undergraduate space are going to become affordable and accessible, you're going to see the grocer's son, the farmer's daughter, being able to work during the day and pick up these courses during the evening or the weekend. And I think that will be a huge game changer. I think the government's move to say, hey, we are not going to differentiate on the degree between who's taking it online and who's taking it offline will be a game changer. However, I think one of the big challenges of that approach is quality. You can build quantity, but you got to also look for quality within that quantity. Employers have to become part of this grand bargain. Industry has to become part of it. EdTech has to become part of it. How do you take the quintessential degree, which is available online, either through the old distance mode or now through the online mode? How do you make products of that degree employable, and how do you give hard outcomes to the learner? I think those are the big trend lines that we've all got to look for. I think in postgraduate and in working professional education, we have seen massive clutter, like you rightly said. There's hyper competitivity. Within those environments, Times Pro has done well. I think the big challenge for EdTech today is to look at the last mile, look at the next layer of the pyramid, and look at how you can make big differences to their lives. And I think that's where EdTech really is headed.
Beautiful, Anish. Give Mr. Anish Shri Krishna a big round of applause. He is authentic, and he talks from a position of having done that and trying to create something for the future. If you have one or two questions, we can take that.
You can probably hear you. Yeah.
I'm Sanjay from ICFI Business School, Hyderabad. My question is, how relevant will degrees be in the case when certifications are a rage and companies like Google are accepting people who just have a certificate?
I think that's a great question. And honestly, I don't think that's the point of it. The point of it is who is making a young person employable. Are you doing it through a degree or a certificate or a diploma is not the material question. Are you making that person aware of what's ahead for him or her? Are you making that person equipped with the skill and the will to be able to both enter and survive in a work environment which is becoming such a hyper VUCA place? Those are really the issues. I really wouldn't bother too much as an employer or as an educator whether it's a Google certificate or it's a degree. And frankly, it doesn't matter. The degree is a moniker for employability, which for a while it has served its purpose. If it becomes a very massified online product, it may outlive its usefulness. But that's not the point. I think the point I made was the job of the ecosystem, industry, academia, edtech, is in actually equipping the skill and the will, whether through a certificate or a diploma. To me, it doesn't make a difference.
We'll take one more question if there's Sudhakar Garu still want to ask.
Good morning. My name is Sudhakar Rao. I'm from ICFI, and I have an observation, not a question, basically. I agree with you that the pivotal role that EdTech can play will go towards probably solving some of the problems that the offline could not have solved. It is the emergence of technology in any domain, not just education or academics. Technology gets into any domain and makes it a little better. But having said that, I think we have of late over-romanticized the impact of technology in education and over-defined that it is the EdTech that is going to define the shape of academics in the days to come. So that's not going to happen. At best, it will be at 70-30, 70 offline, 30 online in terms of the hybrid. But otherwise, again, sir, it is interesting to hear that the daughter of a farmer will be able to take that course from the farm field or wherever it is. I cannot host a webinar sitting in Delhi using my data uninterrupted. There are issues. Of course, that's a different issue altogether in terms of infrastructure, you may say, but these are over-romanticized. I think we need to understand people who stand in front of the students and teach, they will be able to tell better why offline is the most sought after now and why students are coming back to the classroom and why teachers are going back to the classroom. But in the overall basket, I think professional education at executive level, at a segment where students cannot be present, they're doing something else. I think that segment will be solved much better through these online programs. That's my take.
Fair point.
Thank you.
I can respond. I don't think I can disagree with anything that you said, except for adding that number one, a little bit of romance is useful. We tend to over institutionalize everything we do, and perhaps a little bit of romance is required to be able to think outside the box. Second, sir, I think with all due respect, what we have solved for with the physical infrastructure has only touched 27% of our young people, right? The solution for the rest of the population is not yet to be found in those physical infrastructure. If it were to be found, I would be the first one to advocate it. But I do not see that because there are too few islands of excellence, right? We could accommodate them all, within a very large version of this hall. And that shortage of faculty is not new, and it's been there since Clayton Christensen wrote his book in 2008, right? Disrupting the Classroom came out in 2008. And it's an American problem, it's an Indian problem, it's a global problem. We have too few great quality faculty that can solve for the education challenges of the globe.
And I'm not an expert in education. Dr. Singh is there, Dr. Mitra is there, you are here. Dr. Chitkara is there. I just want to say India is in every category, especially education is it's not either or.
It's not either or, it's and.
There is a need in various segments which is unfulfilled. So I think for the foreseeable future, 5-10 years, there is a need to get to numbers and build more democratization. Second is B schools. All B schools do a EDP, MDP, whatever you want to call. By the way, we're launching our ranking of EDP courses of all schools, all offerings. We're also launching our ranking of India's most digital ready universities. So I think it is not a substitute for that. I think the segment is different. That's my understanding. One, it's an and, it's not an either or, because of the numbers that he talked at. In India, you take any segment, take a mobile phone. There's an 8,000 rupee phone that sells, and there is a 2 lakh rupee phone. So in India, both from a need and from a price point standpoint. And I'm assuming that everything has something to offer. There is something in it, whether it's certification, whether it's learning, whether it's upskilling. So I think there is a space for players. By the way, the latest issue of BW Education is about EduTech. We have Ronnie, Fagun, and Mayank on the cover. All three have given an interview to Mehaji, Ms. Meha Mathur, and Vasudha Arya. So you may want to read it and what they believe. They've also acquired companies in the kind of higher ed space because they were weak there. So clearly they see opportunity there. So it's a collaborative way forward. With this, give Mr. Anish Shri Krishna a big round of applause. We have caught up by 15-20 minutes, and I will curtail 15 minutes from the lunch break. So I think we'll be back on time. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both the eminent gentlemen here. That was quite an impressive session indeed. But I would request Anurag, sir, and of course, Mr. Anish Shri Krishna, sir, to please join us back on the stage. We would like to foreplay our attitude and gratitude for your eminent presence here today. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule. And a humble request, kindly please accept this token of respect, this token of appreciation on our behalf. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today and enlightening us with your words of wisdom henceforth. Everybody, come on, a round of applause. Thank you so much. Moving ahead to the first panel discussion of today, and it is on quite an interesting topic indeed, making India the global management education hub. And I would be calling on the panelists here on stage one by one once the stage is set. In the meantime, I do have a brain teaser question for all of you. Let's see who can answer that. Can anybody tell me, because everybody is from, everybody knows all the popular brands, right? So the question here goes, can anybody tell me Backrub is the original name of which popular company? Who knows the answer? Come on, think harder. Any idea? Take a wild random guess. Come on, I know you can do it. The question is, Backrub is the original name of which company? B-A-C-K-R-U-B. Backrub is the original name of which popular tech company? So there is a clue right there. Yes, sir. Google is the correct answer. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Actually, you Googled it. Then you got the Google answer. Okay. That was a good one. Okay. All right, then now that our stage is set, I would request the humble presence of our panelists henceforth, starting with Professor Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, Director, Amity Business School. Let's welcome Professor Bansal, Dr. Bansal, with a round of applause, please. Followed by Dr. Subir Verma, Director, Institute of Management, Nirma University. Let's welcome Dr. Verma as well with a round of applause, please. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Madhu Chitkara, Pro-Chancellor, Chitkara University. Professor Dr. Mayank Dondeyal, Dean, Jindal Global Business School. And last but not the least, our moderator for this session, Mohit Agarwal, founder, Doon Business School Group, Dehradun. Let's welcome Mr. Agarwal as well with a round of applause, and I would request our moderator to kindly take the lead on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This topic of making India the global management hub being chosen as the first topic of the day has in itself shows its importance, especially in the changing environment, what we are seeing today with the new NAP coming in and the government of India rolling out its draft proposal of calling the foreign universities in. Ever since, Sybil went out way back about 7-8 years, rolling out the red carpet for all the foreign universities to walk in over here. Though nobody walked the carpet, so far what we see. But with the new draft, what it looks like that there is no profit repatriation clause. There is no benchmark. There is a company can set it. It seems the government is going to go all out to call the universities in. And with all these foreign universities trying to come in over here, business schools seems to be the first way forward because these are the cash cows of many of the universities and doesn't need that big an infrastructure to roll in. Though setting the pretext or the context is India has been a IT hub and has become the source of global IT education, and we've been supplying or have been fulfilling the need of IT companies substantially in the recent past. What I see is the Goldman Sachs of the world have also recruited substantially from the campuses in India. Even the Amazons and Goldman Sachs and others have come in. Today, while we see competition as well as our own skills, let's discuss on how the world for Indian education, how the Indian education will change, or especially the management education will change, and will we be able to imitate our IT skills, and or will we be able to lead the Indian education into the becoming the global hub for management education. I think I would like each one of you by one to set the ball rolling by what you think is your take, and then have the specific questions thereafter.
So thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. My heartfelt appreciation to the Business World Group for calling me here. I would like to acknowledge the presence of all the distinguished people from academia on stage, who are also attending, this particular conclave. I'll just be brief. So I think it's a very, topical area of, bringing, and of course the NEP talks about it, the Indian government, the UGC, the new regulations of setting up foreign universities. My sense is that, it would be interesting to see how many, the top universities and B schools actually come and set up shop here in India. There are 2-3 things I would like to, highlight here. If you look at the tuition that, typical Indian student pays in the public universities in India, also the private universities, that's just a fraction of what the top, B schools charge outside India. So the willingness to pay, therefore, for a particular degree, is something that we need to certainly have a look at. If all the top B schools, they come up and they charge what they normally charge, at their main campuses, what is the viability we are looking at, of that particular project in the Indian context? Supposedly, foreign, B school comes and set up shop, and hypothetically speaking, they charge the same tuition, what they charge, or even similar tuition, if not the same, here in India. Then you need to have a look at, the student considering the foreign campus, where the main campus is of that particular B school, vis-a-vis, the Indian campus, or, an offshore campus. The other aspect of this is that, we need to also have a look at globalizing the Indian managed education. So in addition to, of course, bringing in foreign campuses and B schools and, universities, I think the heart and soul of the national education policy is also about providing enough, support to top Indian institutions to also make sure that they are world-class, in terms of research, in terms of global faculty, in terms of their campus, in terms of their infrastructure. And I think a lot of thought should also go there as to, the centers of excellence that we have formed, universities, B schools, institutes of technology, how many of them actually rank in the, the top universities and B schools or, institutes of technology in the world? And what can possibly the government do to make sure that, enough support is provided there? So in addition to, of course, the foreign universities and B schools and institutes of technology coming here, it's also about providing enough support to Indian institutions to be really world-class. I think, that's what the NEP is also talking about. And what factors, and what, support system is needed to make sure that transition actually, happens. If you talk about the Indian B school and you talk about globalization of Indian management education, you're talking about, the student mobility. So Indian students going outside, foreign students coming in, foreign faculty members being hired by Indian B schools to teach. And if you look at it, how much of action is actually happening here? How many foreign faculty members are there in the Indian B schools? How many foreign, students come to Indian B schools from, US and Europe and Australia and, Africa? And what we possibly can actually do to make that, transition happen. I think that is something that we can possibly look
at. Good morning, everybody. And I think it's a great platform where I am talking with the B school director sitting here. And one thing which is very, very clear, if all of us has taken that when we are going for starting anything, out of some of you must be taking the responsibility of managing the institutes and going for the regulatory bodies to start any of the program or any of the course or any of the buildings or any of the programs. So if the foreign institutes and the foreign universities are going to start a university or a college in a country like India, which is very diverse in nature. So I think first of all, there will be a problem that if they have a particular fee structure in their own country, and they cannot do compromise with that structure when they are coming to another country. You have seen many foreign universities opening up their campuses in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and there they were having the fee structure of comparable with their own countries. I will give you one example of NYU University in Abu Dhabi, and if you see the University of Birmingham in Dubai. So they are not doing well. Reason being that when you are comparing the fee structure with their countries, nobody is going to pay that in their country. What is 90% of our students, especially I'm from north of the country and especially in Punjab. So our students want to go not to Canada, but to Canada. So why they're going to Canada? It's 90% of them, the aspiration is that they want to settle there. They want the PR there. So if any university coming back to Punjab and going to start a campus there, so I don't think so that even one student will be going to take admission in there. So I think it's all a gimmick game that we are telling them to come to our country, which is so diverse in nature. Here, the parents are still there, till the point they are alive. For them, their ward, if he is of 60 years of age, he is a bacha for them. So they will take care of them, they will take care of their kids, so it's a very different culture mindset here that we pay for their education. But there, after 14 or 15 years of age, they are earning and they are going for learning after earning for themselves. So it's a very, very different, I think, thing which is happening both the places.
Yeah, but we see that the government of India is quite bent on, when they see the numbers, they say 5 lakh students go out, 50,000 come in. They say 15 to $20 billion going out every year. And whereas they compare themselves with Australia, they say $17 billion coming in as a revenue. In Australia, it is the 3rd largest export revenue earner in the country. It's the biggest, 3rd largest export earner there. So from the government perspective, they have, and when you see the draft, it is very clear that they are ready to do anything for them. And as far as the fees is concerned, we see SGA Bocconi, and I was just Googling that, and the fees is only 14 lakh rupees for a 2-year course, including one trimester in Italy. So we don't see the Oxford, we don't see the Stanford, Harvard, Wharton, SAID or Full School coming. You can't build an Oxford in New Delhi. Oxford will be in Oxford, and it can't be an Oxford in New Delhi, of course. But you can see the SDAs and the European smaller business schools, and because the new policy very clearly says that they should have a good recognition or good level in their own country. Own country. The rankings are not defined. The standard of ranking is not defined, and it is only talking about being well recognized in their own country. We'll pass on and we'll come back on the same. Yeah.
So very good morning to all of you. I think it's a great honor and privilege to be here. And thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra. And it's good to be with friends. I see a lot of people from MDI. So it's like almost like going back to my institution from where I started my career. Going forward, I think tend to disagree over here. I'm not so pessimistic about students going for such kind of education. Right now, I'm at Gujarat, and most of the people go abroad. Most of the people go abroad for one simple reason, to migrate over there, to have a better standard of living for themselves and for the children. But some of them would also like to come back to India. So one is looking at the fact that we got 7,000 crore rupees that goes out annually every year. And maybe some of which will probably come back to us. That's one. Number two, the entire movement of having, let us say, international B schools coming to India, I think is part of the way the entire management education has grown over the world. I mean, if we look at US in the pre-war stage, it was part of the need of the industry. The post-war reconstruction made it important. Management education became important in Europe. Then it was a year of China, the decade of China from 80s onwards, where business schools also became important. International business schools started opening up shop over there. I think after the LPG in India since 1990s, it's our time. So the only difference that I see is that unlike in the West, the efflorescence of management education in India is more driven by the government and not by the industry. Now, taking forward from there, what do I see? How do I see the situation? I see that most of these B schools that will be coming to India, they will not be from the top 100. I mean, the government itself has diluted it to top 500 from the initial top 100 B schools. Secondly, I see a new category of students coming up. So earlier with the IIMs and the IITs, it was merit-based. With people who used to go to Harvard, Stanford, it was merit plus fee. With people who stay back in let's say in tier 2 business schools, is more about lesser merit. And now we have a set of students who will be acquiring management education just on the basis of the fee. What will be taught to them in terms of curriculum? Will it be those that have been developed abroad for the audience that is abroad? Or will it be indigenized? If it does get indigenized, I think we are better off. Some research will take place in India. The second issue that I see is in terms of how do you look at placements for them? Who will hire them? And at what level? So I think these are some burning issues that will be there. And third will be the quality of faculty that will be coming over here. The good thing is that some of our good faculty might like to work in such kind of institutions. And that will be a good for our, I would say.
So according to you, it will be good for the faculty. They will get more openings than the students becoming the global students. Sir.
Thank you so very much, sir. First of all, warm greeting on a very cold day. So today the key word is change. Greenland is getting warmer and Delhi is getting colder. So change is taking place. On a lighter side, if you just see this photograph of mine, I mean, you will must be surprised why I'm having so many sitting here. So I have just taken the advantage of the group because they asked me for a photograph. I didn't send them the recent photograph. But on a serious note, the requirement is change, to change the body. So body is basically for the change and soul needs to be evolved. And that is basically for the education system also. To me, I have a different perspective altogether. When we say making India the global management education hub, We are speaking about enhancing the quality of education, especially management education in India, to make it benchmark with global standards. So if you ask me as an educator, I am not at all worried about the universities which are coming to India from foreign, but I actually am worried about how we have to make ourselves equipped with the standards which foreign universities are actually taking care of. And the one word which my colleague has already spoken about is quality. Quality benchmarking. You have already spoken about rankings, framework. So I think our first focus when we are speaking about the management, global education or anything is to take care of quality. And when we have to take care of quality, then we have to definitely take care about the outcome-based education, which is a benchmark requirement nowadays. And then only I think we can move further with the education standards. We will definitely deliberate further about this, but my first thought on this particular topic is that we should be thinking about how to enhance our standards and quality education in India, rather than thinking about what foreign universities are going to come and how they are basically going to make an impact on us.
Great. So what it looks like that the essence what the panel over here seems to be thinking about, that we are not so bothered about, the top universities will not come. And there was a survey which was done by some agency which says that they have surveyed that why do people go abroad, and they said 70% of them go not for education but for settling there. So if you're looking for Indians becoming, Indian business education becoming global for Indians, that's one perspective. And are we looking in for Indian business education for global students is another perspective. So, Jindal Business School and your schools have been trying to attract these students from all over the world. We have seen some of our business schools have gone to Dubai and Abu Dhabi to set shops there. SP Jain, Amity, the IMT, and others have also gone there. I happen to visit some of the campuses. I happen to visit the New York campus also. What does it take to attract the international students, or bringing in the diversity in the Indian campuses of business schools? And what do you think is the way forward for internationalizing the Indian business education, I would say?
Thank you very much. Just a quick, I'll just take 2 minutes to comment on what has already been said. I think nobody disagrees that, we need to make India the education powerhouse. I think, that's the, at the very heart of NEP, and, I must laud the government for those efforts. I think the idea is, even if we're talking about the B school or the technology, I think the idea is whether you want to empower the Indian institutes who have the right capabilities and skill set to do the job, or, the idea is to outsource it to, foreign universities. There is no harm in inviting foreign universities, but my sense is that even if you look at China, UAE, how many universities in the top 100 have actually gone there and set up shop? And then what exactly are we expecting? If not 100, I think that was the initial imagination. But we now, of course, diluted to 500, that also by subject, I believe. So, that's fine. Universities want to come to India, that's great. But I think the core thrust needs to be on Indian institutions, Indian universities, private, public, becoming, a global force to reckon with. I think, that needs to be thrust. I'm sure, that's where the imagination of, the current federal government as well, it is. And I say that because, India has the right talent. My sense is we are already the most populous country in the world. We have, 1.41 billion. I think we've already surpassed China. With the right demographic dividend, percentage-wise, the young force, most of us, many of us, speak English. So we have the right skill sets to be and to cater to that space, offering quality education, whether management or technology, at an affordable price, to all over the world, not only, to the developed world, but also to the developing world. So that was, the main point that I was trying to do. Attracting foreign students, that's what I think you said, has been a challenge. I think it's, at Jindal Global Business School being, given our global sort of, thrust and global positioning, we've been lucky that, we have around, at a university level, around 120 foreign faculty members from, the top institutions worldwide. We attract quite a few students now, who come to India. But my sense is that B schools and generally other universities are struggling getting foreign, students come here, even though our students go to semester exchange or dual degree programs or short-term programs from India to outside. It's a real problem attracting foreign students to Indian campuses. And I think, generally speaking, that's true for many of them. It's also difficult to get foreign faculty members to come here and teach on a long-term basis. And I think that's where, we need to probably, think about how to actually make it happen. Because you're absolutely correct. I think, he made the point. See, people go outside India to foreign institutions, not only to get a degree per se, which is obviously, at the heart and soul of what it is. It's also about the experience of going to America and to Europe and Australia for, a long period of time. It's also about the work visa post, the study. So it's not just about, you bring the universities here and, at the same or similar price point, instead of going out. Absolutely. Yes. And, sometimes, now I think, given the change scenario, I think students want to come back also, but it's also about the experience while they're doing the degree. So not necessarily the post-study work visa, but it's also about the experience. So I think attracting foreign students, foreign faculty should be the focus. I think many institutions are trying to do it. How we can, do it better? I think better infrastructure. I think, visa-related, issues. I think straightforward process there. We need better hostels, better infrastructure, better ranking, so that all these students are, at least they are attracted to come to the Indian B schools and campuses. Given the limited time, I'll just pass it over. I understand you have to go to other panelists.
So just setting the pretext here, again, there is undergraduate business education, which is quite predominant in the foreign universities. And we see a lot of our kids going for business education, BBA kind of courses for foreign universities. And they say that those people are coming back, wherein the father's business is big enough, and it's a wherein they would come back after doing their undergraduate business studies from abroad.
Normally, I think students are going for not for the undergrad, but they are going for the master's program.
They're both.
If you see the data, so they are going for the master's course. And one thing which is very important to do about it is that it's not about the quality education for which they are going. You see many good institutes in India, you name them, and they are much, much better than if you see the global universities. So quality is not, and the quality of life, which we say that they are going abroad because of the quality of life. It is if you compare the quality of life, it is much, much better than any other country if you compare it with India. So it's the best quality of life here. You have the support of parents, you have a family structure, very strong family structure. So I don't think so that for the quality they are going. The only thing I think which is very, very important and for which the students are going is the peer. They learn so much. The 30% of them, they learn from their mentors, and the 70% they learn from their peers. So if you see during pandemic, they were not coming to the campuses. And once when we called them back, and then I think after 6 months, then again there was a second wave, and then we were sending them again to their homes. So they were saying that please don't send us, please don't close the institutes, because
we'll stay in the hostels and continue studying from here.
You please continue with this because we want to stay back. It's not that they were upset with their parents or they don't want to go to their homes, but they learn so much when they are interacting with each other. So now for that in Chitkara University, what we are doing is, it's very difficult for everybody to go abroad and for every professors to go abroad. Because if you want to talk about the globalization of education, I don't think so that in all our universities and the colleges and the institutes, 90% of our professors have not visited even once to the international platform. So they have not even got any visa in their passports, and some of them are not having the passports also. So how their mindset will talk about the globalization of education, those who are mentoring the students. So for that, what we have started doing is, for this time we did the 11th Global Week. So since everybody cannot go abroad, and every student, because of the economics, so they cannot go abroad. So we are calling the foreign professors. We have a collaboration with 200 plus foreign global universities and all across the globe. So they are coming for 1 week or 10 days, they are coming to our campus, physical visiting the campus. and they're staying back for taking the one module in all the courses. Some MBA, some BBA, BCom. So they are taking one program there, they are evaluating, and then there is a cultural immersion. They are going to see the different places across our university. And then it's a great collaboration between our teachers, our students, and that feel of globalization is given to each and every student and each and every faculty member. Now, what is the outcome? Which is, we always talk about our outcomes, sir. So what is the outcome of it is that our teachers have started collaborating with those global professors, and the outcome is that many Scopus Index papers are the joint research papers between the two universities, and they have started going for the patents together and co-guiding the research scholars together. So I think that can also be one of the way of giving the globalization to your institute without going abroad. I think that can be one of the.
So whenever I went to Fu Business School, and I went to New York State Business School, also New York University. And whenever we visit the business schools, we say, what is the difference? And I mean, there appears to be no difference other than the top-notch faculty and the peer group there. What can be the differentiator for India to present to the students over here? I mean, what we want to see that the students going abroad should stay here, and they should have the same experience and the same peer learning. So,
sir, as my colleague has already said, first of all, if the intended objective is something else rather than education, we can't change it. So first thing is intended objective should be clear. If the intended objective is to get quality education, then definitely we can make a mark. If somebody is going abroad basically for having fun or having experience or just for the tag value, I don't think that it can be changed, number one. Number two, see, I mean, we were a global hub from the time of, I mean, if you just see Nalanda, so we were a global hub. So it's not nothing like we cannot do. From MIT, this is the school which I am heading. This is the first school of higher education. And now we have expanded ourselves in 6 continents. Excluding Antarctica, we are everywhere. We have presence in 18 countries, right? So I have personally visited a number of places. For example, when you were asking about B schools, so when I first time visited Wharton Business School, the mecca of B schools, so I was definitely very impressed. I mean, I was slightly amazed also the kind of infrastructure and other things they were having. But if you ask me today, I'm giving my honest confession. I am not very amazed the way they are working or we are working. We are at par with them in number of things. I have collaboration with 100 plus schools all over the world, and I do not feel any problems. We have opened a campus in Tashkent. I personally visited there a number of times. There were a number of schools from different countries. We could attract the students over there, despite of being from India. In India, in Dubai also, we are having very good running school over there. In India, I have hosted a number of students from various countries. But definitely, if you market yourself well, and I say perception plays a very important role also. Perception also plays a very important role. So we need to change this perception, and this is only possible if we enhance the quality yardsticks of us. And the one way of that is we should be working hard to be putting ourselves in the best rankings of the world, like Time, QS, and in the international rankings. If we are there, definitely it's going to be enhanced.
I got a take on that. When we look at making India a global management hub, are we looking at students going to come abroad and stay here and study over here? That's going to take a long time. He talked about India going up the ranking. I mean, we took 70 years and still the IIMs are not among the top 150. So far, MBA education is concerned. They may be there higher up so far executive education is concerned, but not in a normal 2-year MBA program for graduates. So I don't see that thing happening so soon. With regard to attracting foreign students, unless we have a catch over here. We want people to come from abroad. The West, people from the West will not come over here. Let us be very clear, unless until there is a post-education employment options over here, given the fact that there's a huge amount of recession and unemployment that is there. But then there's always a risk of life and safety. So far, India is concerned. So that is a part. Another attractor for us could be Africa. All right. But then, or maybe our SAARC countries. I had a fantastic case of student when I was in MDI who was from Nepal. He joined LUMS to come to MDI on an exchange, and he was from Nepal. Now, why would that happen? Because none of our B schools are willing to lower our cutoff from GMAT when we're taking these kind of students. We still insist upon 640. Why would anybody with a 640 score in GMAT come to India and not go to some other place across the world? All right. So I don't think that is possible. The only way we can become, let's say, a hub of a global hub could be two ways. One, when we start focusing on what I call instructional research, rather than the research that is taking place right now, which is corpus driven. It is meaningless, it's irrelevant, nobody reads them. Worse, the policymakers don't read them. Few of us would care to read them, who may be the reviewers of some of these journals. So one is instructional research is one area where we can actually have a huge amount of work can be done. Second is what I call applied research. We have to conceive management as a social science and not something very esoteric. We need to develop research that is more relevant, that is more context driven. Lot of our context, lot of our issues and challenges are pan-Asian and pan-African. And I think these could be, and maybe pan-East European too. And I think these are the set of things, unless until we evolve this way of, let us say, understanding Indian problems. We may use the Western model, the Western framework. We can abstract and create a more or less certain universal principles of management or contribute in that. I do not see just getting in the students would be the best mechanism. There are better mechanisms. The only thing that we can do is spend money on research.
Okay. The other pretext over here is, I mean, one is getting the students in. The other is making the Indian students capable and positioning the Indian management education in the corporations worldwide, and then asking them to, okay, an Indian student. So how much of that is happening, and what is to be done further so that our students are the most preferred students for any corporation to pick from worldwide? So
no, I think the one thing which sir was telling, how to take the students from abroad here. So I think at the first go, we cannot think of coming here for all the 2 years for MBA program. So we can start with the semester exchange program. Our students can, and we are following that. And it's a good model where they are very, very okay. And we are making their very safe environment for them to stay back. We are not putting it to other bodies that are external bodies. So we are arranging for them because they should be safe here, and because they have to acclimatize themselves for the weather conditions here. So best model will be that to start this type of globalization where they should come back to our universities for studying. So it can be one semester, they can come here, and one semester in lieu of that our students can go, and we are doing it. And for Osnabrück University, Germany, so there are 15 students batch coming regularly for the last 6 years to us. And in lieu of that, our 15 students along with one of the mentor going there. So it's doing very well. And now every student from their university wants to come back because they feel very excited about our culture. So after every 150 kilometers, we have a different culture, we have a different food habits. So
at the same time, we've seen the data showing that the Westerns have come to India only for language studies or only for cultural exchange. No, we haven't seen people coming in for management education. Whereas we've seen the colleges more for cultural exchange and more for language studies.
Doing business in India, there are a number of programs for which they are coming, but there are a lot of exchanges taking place.
So you know that in technology, Indians are the number one. So we should pat ourselves that if when the technology comes, you see that with the 135 crores of the people during pandemic, we were able to survive. No educational institute will say that the teaching learning processes were not happening. And they were very upset. With the 1 crore of population, they were very upset. It's not going very well. And after every 10 days, they were having a lockdown. But we were very comfortable. No recession affecting us. 2008, there was such a great recession, and everybody was worried. I was in US at that time. I visited from Seattle to Boston, and every university was worried about that recession. And people are saying that next week there is going to have a good, big recession. So everybody is chanting their people, but we are not worried. We are all okay here. We
Mansuji
never
wants
talked
to say
about
something.
recession.
Yeah,
So I
sir.
think that is different.
Today's most alarming news was, I'm sure many of us must have seen, ACR report. So one report was like the enrollment has increased in school education, and the alarming news was learning levels have decreased. Quality of education at the school level. This is annual set education report of 2022, which has come out in the newspapers today. Very alarming news. And if you just see the statistical data, and it is going to have a cascading effect on the school education to college education also, and further education also. So that is what I am emphasizing, is that everything depends upon, one is changing the perception of education in India, and second is quality. If we benchmark quality here, I do not see any reason why people should not be coming to us who are actually intended to do.
Okay. We can throw open questions simultaneously if anybody has on the same on the topic. Okay, so we will. All right. So we are open to questions. At the same time, while the questions are coming, the model of SP Jain, doing the 3-continent and the IMT, and what we've seen there also, it's the Indian students which are studying in those campuses over there. Whereas if you go to Dubai or Abu Dhabi, if it's an American university in Dubai, or it's a New York university, or if it's a Middlesex university, only those universities are getting the Gulf country students in those universities studying over there. It's any and Indian campuses have not been able to attract even the Gulf students.
Gulf is different. Gulf has a different perspective altogether, but other countries definitely yes.
You mean if you've opened up a campus in Europe, you've been able to find the locals
Europe
there?
will be difficult, but definitely Dubai it's not so. Dubai we can attract the students.
It has taken Amity 10 years to now attract students from other than Indian diaspora there.
Yes, we have done very well, sir. And in fact, we have come out with 3 more schools over in Abu Dhabi and Dubai also, which are running very well. Definitely, faculty somebody was speaking about. So the faculty which we have enrolled over there is actually from all over the world, and all these quality yardsticks are also taken care of. But we are actually doing very well in Dubai and Gulf.
So, what I would say is that we need to stop imitating the West. I think in a country like India, the most populous, the demographic dividend, the skill sets. I mean, Indians are, doing wonderful things all over the world, right? From Silicon Valley to Europe to Australia. So we need to stop, imitating West. We have our own story. It's a solid country. The point is that what India offers, no other country can. As one of the rapidly growing economies, if you look at large developing economies, we are on course to become the 3rd largest economy. So all the indicators are right there. I think we have a solid story still. I mean, in response to your question, what India can offer. So in terms of management education, if you look at the kind of companies that are coming up, if you look at the Indian startup ecosystem, now 3rd largest in the world. So that is where we need to focus on. We need to tell, the principles that have been successful in the Indian context. We need to stop imitating the Western theories, the Western management theories. And that's when, we'll get a sustainable sort of advantage wherein, it'll be an Indian management theories, Indian examples, Indian context. And that's what I think will attract, all the foreign students to come to know what exactly is happening. Because, mind you, all the successful business models that have, been successful in the Indian context are also largely, if not completely, also applicable in a lot of economies in, Africa, in Eastern Europe, in South America, in a developing economy context. So I think that's where we need to focus on. And,
so maybe Indian concept for converting a startup into a unicorn, and management theories behind it, maybe the mantra of the game, and taking it forward. Open to 2 questions, as they say.
Can I take 1 second? I was able to meet the ambassador of Israel in Chandigarh. So what he was saying, that he said that it is a nation of startups, we all know. And they are saying that we are not able to get any of the unicorns there because we are dependent on India, that we have B2B, but we have no B2C. So they are not no clients are there. So I think they are banking upon this for looking up to India. So I think we should take this as an advantage. that because of the population and because of the technology which we are using, if silicon, all the Indians come back to India, silicon will not be silicon, because that is only because of our Indians staying there. And whatever they are doing, the wonders, and all the wonders are done by our Indians. So it will be a blunder for them if they, all of them, take that pledge to come back to India. And our country has given many good people there. They are working. Many countries are working because of our technology. People they are working. So I think that is AI, ML. I think we were the
Technology and
first one to
management
start.
and conversion of
Yeah.
technology into large companies and corporations could be our theory for the world from here onwards. Thank you so much. Any questions? Yeah, there's a gentleman there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roshan, and I'm going to speak from the student's perspective. And one of the points that you discussed was the learning levels dropping, especially in the classrooms. I get to interact with a lot of students, and students say that the institutions invest a lot of energy and efforts on attracting them into the campus. But once they are in, there are a lot of things that are severely compromised. Classroom engagement is one of them. And our faculties still continue to use the chalk and talk methods, and they are primarily very instructive in terms of, delivering their sessions rather than being collaborative and co-working with the students. I think there has to be some work and some focus on the upgradation of the faculties as well, because the students expect much more than just the instructional methods from the teachers and the faculties. So what do you think about that?
Well, first of all, I would endorse Mr. Sudhakar's word, human cannot be replaced. Faculties, what you said is, I can only sum up in one way: if we are having teachers by choice. I'm saying teachers by choice in the institution teaching, there will not be any problem. But if we are having teachers by default, then all these problems are going to occur. There's nothing change. Believe you me, if you are an educator, if you're a teacher by choice, you will feel everything is same, whether it's NEP 2020 or education policy of 86, there are not much changes. We are doing all these things since ages. There is actually a change in the perception, and especially we have to take our selection methods very sincerely, very selectively also. I mean, there are disturbing news today also. There was a news about one university, ad hoc teachers and others. I feel if we are taking the selection of faculty very sincerely on the basis of their choices, there should not be any problem. There is no need for any other instructional method as such.
And sir, sorry.
So I think, you raise a very relevant question. See, what is happening is that nowadays I've always maintained that content is a commodity, right? So any teacher doing a PPT in the classroom, I think there are 10 times better PPTs available on the internet on any topic. You Google and you put the name of the topic and PPT, and you'll get a PowerPoint presentation. So the content in itself has lots of its relevance and is still relevant, but it's become a commodity. Now that's poses an existential threat to brick and mortar, institutions like us, because if all the content is available on the web, mostly for free, right? What exactly is the value add? And therefore, it's very important, and that's what we're trying to do, is that from a pedagogy perspective, we need to move beyond just a monologue of, one-way instructions. And that's where we are trying to bring in the,
No, I think there is.
In a foreign university, a student engages in the class for not more than 10 hours a week. And so maybe this can be another offering where India can have, that our students engage much more with the professors than they engage over there. The professors over there is taking
I think
intervention and direct contact with the
absolutely. I think that's where experiential is the way to go forward, and that's where the quality of faculty and the credentials of the faculty is so very important.
No, I think one question was asked by our MC also between that, what this is the word which is a new company. What was its old name? And Sudhakar, I think, gave the reply, seeing the Google itself, because it was the name of Google. So they are all Google kids here. So I think it's a challenge for the teachers like us. I started my teaching career in 76. It is almost 46 years. So you see that when I learned, it was Pascal and Photon. So now it is, we have gone to Python and something. So we have to train ourselves with the students. Sometimes we learn from them. So it's now a two-way process. It's a three-way process because the society has become a triangle. So society is part of it. Industry has become a part of it. All the stakeholders have become a part of it.
I'd just like to add
So
one
NEP,
thing.
sir, just completed. NEP, sir, for your point, NEP has given one point which is very important. Then when we are inducting the teachers and the professors in our institute, there is one induction program which is called the Good Dakshita. And for them, they have to be trained for that. If they don't have the teaching skills, they know what to teach. They don't know how to teach. So those skills
Okay,
are
the
to
MC
be
is
given.
saying there is no more time at all. And okay, so we'll have the last
I'll
word
just,
from you,
just
sir.
have one word. Just to add on, look, I think a lot of things will change once we start applying technology to make our entire instruction immersive. So I'm actually gung-ho about metaverse, Web 3.0 metaverse. Maybe we'll start using more virtual reality and augmented reality in the classroom. I think that's the way to move forward and not only make education much more participative and democratic, but also more immersive as an experience. I think that will resolve all the problems that you have.
Okay. Yep.
Just one word, sir. So you have all seen, we are all teachers by choice, passionate. We will not stop.
Thank you so much. It was wonderful engaging with you. Thank you so much for your immense amount of contribution. So she says 40 in international context, it's 1.5 hours. I don't know who wants to speak more. So thank you so much, sir.
That was truly a wonderful session indeed. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists here as well as for the moderator? And to sum it up, I do feel that there is a need to upgrade knowledge and bridge the gap between academia and the industry, as the education needs in our country need to take a level notch up. Moving forward, I would now be requesting Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT Ghaziabad, to kindly come forward, and I would request the panelists to please stay back. Yes, can we please have Dr. Vishal Talwar? Yeah, we would now be commencing forward with the mementos, and I would request Dr. Talwar to do the honors of presenting the token of appreciation to our venerated delegates here on stage, please. I would like to thank all the panelists as well as to our moderator for conducting the session so very diligently indeed. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you so much to each and every one of you for taking out your precious time here today and sharing your intellect and insights and wisdom on the topic. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you once again to our venerated guest here. Kindly come forward for one last group photo up here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Kindly take your seats. Moving forward to our next panel now, which is on the topic building student career beyond placements. I would now be requesting the panelists for this session, starting with Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT Ghaziabad. So please join us in again. Along with Dr. Asit K. Barma, Director, Bharatiya Dasan Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli. Let's welcome Sir as well with a round of applause. Next, I would like to call upon Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. I would also be requesting the humble presence of Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Tiruchirappalli, Professor Anil Somani, Chairman, Fostema Business School, and of course, last but not the least, our moderator for the session, Dr. Bhimrai Maitri, Director, IIM Nagpur. Everybody, can we have a huge round of applause for the dignitaries here on stage? And I would request the moderator to kindly lead the session henceforth forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good afternoon. So after the first session, now we are going to have another interesting session, building student career beyond placements. As all of you know that placement and business school, they always go together, and always students while joining the business school, they look at the average package and placement, ROI, these are the new phenomena. At least in India. So the topic given to us by Business World is building student career beyond placement. It is a new topic, interesting topic. And I have 5 of my distinguished panel members. I am sure, so we are going to get a lot of insights for this topic. But to begin with, since we have been given, I think they were telling 35, but I said 45 minutes for this panel. So what we will do is I will ask first each distinguished panel member to speak about 2 minutes. What in their respective schools, each one of the director doing with respect to this topic, building student career beyond placement. So in your schools, what kind of experiment, what you are doing beyond placement, what are the things you are doing in just 2 minutes, because we have limited time and the lunch time is there. So sir, begin with you.
So thank you very much. I'll be very brief, and the point that I want to make is that we at our business school, and I think everybody business school in India, is actually not focusing only on placement. Placement is just a process. All the skills that we are building in a B school go much beyond placement, and actually for the life of our student in the corporate world, in business, and in life in particular. And the process, I would describe this, since I am supposed to finish in 2 minutes, I would describe this in 2 simple words: business school education. I would separate it into 2 parts. One is the academic part, and the other part is the non-academic part. The education is very holistic. It covers the entire gamut of running business, marketing, finance, HR, analytics, new technologies, etc. It focuses on that. But besides this, it is the non-academic skill building which a business school does, which is in terms of imparting leadership skills, imparting problem-solving skills. It are these skills which we focus on at our business schools, at all good business schools, which actually make him ready to perform and excel in the life after, beyond placement, and in the corporate business and life situation. I think I would sum it up right now and then participate subsequently.
Thank you, Professor Anilji. May I request now Professor Ashit?
Yeah, so thank you, and thank you, sir, and thank you, Business World, for this event. So now what happens is the business order around us is getting highly dynamic, and we really cannot predict that what mix of candidates will come on board. Like the passing out batch that we have at BEAM, they have about 30 to 40% students with good work experience. But the other batch that is passing out in 2024, they are mostly freshers. So the program architecture is the key. So we have a unique program architecture. We call it pie-shaped architecture. And in this pie-shaped architecture, it's quite agile. So that means that based on the cohort, the mix of cohort, we keep changing the course component, we keep changing the pedagogy. But we see that in the environment today, there is a lot of emphasis on knowing the self, and knowing the self and connection with the family, with the society, with the environment. So that is where there is a beautiful course by the AICT called Universal Human Values. So I made it compulsory part of my syllabus. We have a lot of this practice courses like sports, and as they play, they earn credits. Then all the clubs and committees. I don't have any placement officer or admission officer. It is all driven by the students, only students. They run all the digital marketing campaign, everything they do. So they learn on the job. So thereby they build that ability to work in a team. So ability to work in a team, again, there is another aspect. Of course, at the same time, we give them adequate input on functional areas, on technical areas, whatever we usually talk about. And we have a lot of courses which are industry design and industry delivered course. Like, I don't think any faculty I can hire full time to just to teach a robotic process automation. I can go through Coursera and teach that subject, but not so. We are getting people from industry who design the course, who teach that course. Similarly, fintech, similarly, blockchain, or say it could be say digital HR. Digital HR is not taught by some HR faculty. It is being taught by a person who has implemented digital HR in Unilever and other companies. Like say derivative analytics, it's not by our core finance people, finance faculty, but it's the people from the industry who have done that, who have been there. So these kind of interventions, like more industry focused intervention, and also looking at the soft side. Soft side does not mean business communication, speaking ability, and this this etiquette building, so on and so forth, but the ability to work in a team. And we are forcing everyone to participate in sports. In fact, I need to spend some money on capital expenses. I mean, that is a requirement. So I have ordered for 2 DSC scan machines. So that is where all your body parameters and all that will come, and we'll monitor how students are performing on that count. So these are different attributes, different interventions we have taken. But to sum up, so I think, make it happen, this program architecture is the key.
Sir.
Okay?
We'll come back.
Thank
Now
you.
I request Professor Pawan.
Thank you. First of all, let me say I'm feeling very comfortable here because we all know each other's joy and each other's pain. So, fine. First of all, I would like to describe that there are 3 dimensions to this topic.
2 minutes.
2 minutes only, I know. But there are 3 dimensions. Dimension number 1, that see the exact wording, that building a student career beyond placements. Whom it is being said to, this sentence? To, let us say, B school professors and directors. Point number 1, MBA is not meant for creating students to become eligible to become management trainee or just to get a placement, because MBA is a very big thing. MBA is a big thing. It is a leveler. It is lifetime qualification. MBA is also meant to create capability of becoming CEO. Later on, brushed up knowledge and continuous knowledge will be needed, but MBA is also to make CEO. Point number 1. Second dimension to this question is that, yes, B school need to do certain things, and I will tell you also during question answer what we are trying to do. Success of B school also one parameter should be how many students are refusing to enter the placement interview at the end of 5th term or whatever, whenever we have placement season. Why? Because we have built certain capabilities, and perhaps they are saying that we have decided to do something on our own, and they are refusing to go to, let us say, face the interview. That is the second point. And third point is that what B school is doing to say to students that MBA is not only for placement, and there may be living which may be covered by placement, but life cannot be covered by placement. So transcending from managing living to managing life. On all these three, we are trying to do something, not to great extent, but yes, during question answer, I would love to have interaction and mutual learning may take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pawan. Now, may I request Professor Pravinji?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a wonderful opportunity for all of us to interact. I fully agree with my colleagues sitting here in the panel. The purpose of MBA should not be the placement only. We are into this thought process and trap, I'll say, to some extent. But the students, the faculty, the administration, everybody, including parents, should look at MBA education as the vehicle to get prepared for all kinds of adversities, not only the placements. In our institute, most of the activities, we call it as student-driven. I think this is one method by which we prepare them for life and for ability to take up challenges in future. And I am also very fond of, say, preparing students for emerging, say, challenges not known before. In VUCA world, what life will throw at them, it will be vastly unimagined and unplanned. So they should get prepared for those challenges. So some methods which we adopt is student-driven activities involving student in most of the activities. Few initiatives our institute has taken, keeping in line with our mission, that is developing socially sensitive business leaders. So the rural immersion program, which we have started almost 8 years ago, now it has been more formalized and it is there for nearly 2 weeks. It is now mandatory, and next year we will be planning, we are planning to how to develop as a 3-credit program, and student should have experiential learning. They should know real Bharat. When we focus management education, and the previous panel was discussing where India can take whether India can take a place in global management education. I think with 1/6 of the population on planet, we are answerable to 1.4 billion people. So every student should know what is real Bharat. Apart from that, we have a certain outbound leadership program, which typically corporates sponsor to their executives, that we are trying to build in our curriculum. So these are some of the steps which we have taken in last few years to prepare the mindset of the students that they are here to build their life, not just the placements.
Thank you, Professor Praveen. Now, may I request Dr. Vishal?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think we would all agree that all of us as business schools or schools of management within universities, we're all doing what is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of scenarios, even Clark Kent and Superman kind of scenarios, wherein by day we are Superman and by the evening we are Clark Kent. I think we're obviously trying to ingrain a lot of important values, ingrain a lot of different kinds of skill sets, more depth, holistic learning as well. But when push comes to shove and when placement season lands up, everything else goes out of the window, and then we're all measured on that one metric. But just to give you an idea of what IMT is currently doing, I think one of the major avenues for us is something which is around the entrepreneurship and innovation piece. That's something that we really quite focused on. We've had obviously startup co-founders, founders, for example, Farmizi, Spinny, Unstop, a lot of these founders who have come in from IMT Ghaziabad have done well for themselves and made us proud. But I think a more formalized structure is what we're currently doing as we go forward, getting a lot of these people and doing a lot of mentoring and guidance, because we believe that a metric of, let's say, about 2% or 3% of students opting for creating their own startups needs to go up to at least about 10% in the next 3 years. And that's something that we are looking at right now.
What we're also doing is this whole idea that for some reason, our original societal contract with why we came along as business schools, for some reason, we kind of lost in the process. What was the original contract? The original contract was impact and societal impact. And I think we are trying to do that, let's say, back again through Center for Sports Research. We've tied up with various universities. We are focusing on research on traditional sports. We're focusing with federations. We are launching employability certification for ex-sports people who are transitioning into other aspects. At the same time, we're also getting into more detail and sinking our teeth into this whole idea of the three-pronged approach to management learning, which is the domain knowledge, the technology, as well as the liberal orientation. They're all kind of becoming a bit of a confluence. And what we're doing through our Center for Data Sciences is to try and bring in that level of understanding of technological appreciation as we go forward. I think we'll not be able to do it alone. So we've had a good number of collaborations. So very recently we tied up with IIIT Delhi because that tech field and tech knowledge is something that they're able to help us, not only from the innovation entrepreneurship perspective, but also a lot of intermingling happening within the classroom with faculty of them coming along and teaching in our classroom, our students working with their students. And of course, we also got into a recent collaboration with IRMA because you talked about the sensitization, the Bharat, and this is our way of being able to contribute to a larger base of careers, let's say working with the NGOs, working with, let's say in policy, working in other spheres, which at this moment are kind of not looked at very seriously by our students.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vishal. I think in the first round, all the 5 speakers, they spoke about, what normally we do in MBA. Plus, in addition to that, to give the larger picture of the nation, to be a better decision maker, rural immersion program, the other side, urban and rural. Plus, as Professor Pawanji said, you have to add those 3 dimensions, and Vishal talking about the other than teaching, but the combination of the new courses and how to make students, as Pawan also said, it is about, how many of them are going to opt out from the placement. So if you look at this, but now in reality in business school, all of you know that out of 12,000 and odd business schools, we have 3,300 business schools and department of university departments. 1/3 of the global business schools are in India. The number is very high. And even if you look at the top 50 business schools in India, the fee is extremely high. And this is the only PG diploma, one area, the fee is not controlled by either state or center, even though sometime attempt have been made, but it has not happened. So that is our fees are extremely high and students go for loan. And that is how they look at what is the placement and what kind of companies are coming. And that is what students before opting out, whether it is a coaching class or they contact the senior students in the respective colleges, they only ask first question is a placement. And that is what their focus. So in business school, but if you look at some of the engineering institutions, I must say one of the engineering institute when I was in Trichy, there is a university called Shastra University. 20 courses are taught in that engineering university. They are nothing to do with engineering, neither civil, any branch of engineering, they are not relevant. But those 20 courses are only talking about moral education, giving Indian values, the ethos. So those courses they introduced. And another school there, Jamal Muhammad College, they also introduced. And when I asked them, I went one of the inauguration function there, they showed these are the 5-6 buildings built by our Jamaat. Jamaat means alumni. Then how come Jamaat built so many? Then they said, we all the streams of our college, everybody will go for moral education. I think this is what something even National Education Policy 2020 also founded on IKS, Indian Knowledge System. So I think beyond career, if you ability to create a wealth either as an entrepreneur or as joining a company, but holistic human being. And for that holistic human being, one aspect given in NEP is already there in management education, that is the multidisciplinary. So we management is the only education comparing to others. So different streams of faculty is teaching, providing interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary kind of things. But how to make holistic human being and the values and ethos which are founded on IKS, I think that is one thing I think currently is not fully introduced in our business schools. Even some places the courses are there. I think that is one point beyond career. Many times you have seen some people have reached the height and they are known for wrong reason because more ke chakkar mein, materialistic goal. Business school fee is very high and their life goal is a materialistic goal, money and money and money. So in life goal, money is one of the small component. Life is much bigger than money. So that kind of focus how to bring to the business school students. And that is where, this particular topic talks about beyond, the placement. So how to make them to focus as a holistic human being and focusing on life, as Professor Pawan rightly said, it is not for just, for the purpose of living, but you have to be, it is much beyond. So for that purpose, what are the, actions are, and keeping the National Education Policy 2020 in mind, you all might have gone through it. So what kind of changes we should bring so that we can change the mindset of our students as well as, entire culture we can change, focusing on holistic, multidisciplinary, and for much larger goal that we call it as a life goal, so that the materialistic goal will be very, very small component of that. So what one can do, may I start from, Professor Vishal, that side? So in 2 minutes, we'll take some questions.
Sure.
Also.
So I think that's a very relevant question. And I think it's a very relevant, important question, but a very complex question to answer. Because I think business schools in India have pivoted in a way in the last 10, 15 years, especially with international accreditation, becoming more research focused. And so many of the faculty had to pivot because a lot of the faculty, their sole reason for existence was to, provide a very amazing experience in the classroom. So I think even this question that you've asked, and including the NEP as well, it requires us to pivot. It requires us to actually look at, deconstruct a curriculum. How do you kind of slow the, a bit of a hit the ground running race that every student gets into? Let's say within the 2 months that they come in, all of a sudden they're preparing for summer internships and they're going for interviews. And so I think that model requires all of us to actually co-create and see how we can step back and integrate a lot of things that you've just talked about, the Indian knowledge system, the immersion, the sensitization. And I think there are certain intrinsic limitations that exist in how we have wired ourselves as business schools. Now, this wiring could be around how faculties think MBA education should be, how their domain should be like, what kind of projects, what kind of cases they're actually doing, what level of effort they're putting into the classroom, how do they work in a collaborative manner with other faculty within the system as well as outside the system to provide that learning. It doesn't, if you think a little bit more, I'm sure we can create those cases, we can create those immersions which actually factor in a lot of what you're talking about. He talked about the Real Bharat, you talked about the Indian knowledge systems. I think it requires a lot of preparation by the faculty. It requires a lot of effort, possibly some time off, 6 months, 12 months to actually re-engineer a lot of how they have taught, whether it is OBHR, whether it is marketing, whether it is finance, whether it is any social subjects. A lot of this requires them to first start thinking, what do I do? How do I deconstruct it? It's an effort. Do we want to make that effort is something that we possibly as directors have to be able to create that environment for. So I think it starts over there. Once once the faculty have bought into this whole idea of wiring, I think the rest kind of follows as well.
So thank you very much, Vishal. I think you gave a very nice insights. Now, may I go to Professor Praveen Gupta ji? So you talked about rural immersion and kind of input given from even professionals teaching, as Ashit ji also told about. Now you see when the senior people from industry, when they come and address the students in business school, they always say, you don't look at the package. You should join the good company, good profile. Don't look at the highest package. That is the kind of advice they give. But students, those who are listening to them, they say that this person has gone through all the stage. And for us, he's telling, don't look at the package. It is difficult to convince because he has gone through all the stage and he says, don't go through that package. So, and he does, advice is not wrong, advice is right. But to get that kind of, wisdom, he has to pass through many years and many experience. Based on that, he is giving good advice, but students take other way. So how to deal with that kind of problem? For example, people, somebody says, if you know more and more, and then you realize that you know less and less. So that is how, so how do you deal that kind of issues in your school?
Professor Batra, very interesting and very challenging question. It is indeed a very difficult situation for us as educators and mentors and guides to our student to convince and to overcome this dilemma. What dilemma has been thrown by industry experts, and not to really focus on the CTCs and packages and really focus on the profiles and the history of the company and the career path it is offering. It's very difficult, but I feel how we tackle is one is the continuous mentoring from the faculty, of course, that is one way. Second is we have some sessions with our alumni. When a person who is passed out from our institution, he is passed out part of industry, and when he comes and share his experience and he gives an advice on the same line, I think it is more convincing. That is one way of handling the situation. And in fact, we have planned for so many years, but now for the last 2-3 years, we have rolled a very formal mentor-mentee program where there is a hand-holding by the alumni of at least 1 or 2 students. And I think that gives a better perspective to the candidate or the student to how to really go through this process and choose what is best for him or her. This is one way. Another way is really when we expose students to different activities, whether it is a social work, connecting with society, connecting with the other leaders in the country, I think they also start thinking in a more broader and holistic way and look at the career not only from the package point of view. This is extremely important. Some of the speakers who we invite, they also share the alternate to the formal career and how they have, say, left certain very, very attractive career path and they have taken the alternate route. And fourth, I'll say, students are very mature and the kind of information they get, it is also, it's not only from the, say, attractive packages point of view, they are in search of the real meaning of life. I think these are some of the efforts which we make at our institute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Praveen. I must tell you, I was talking to Anand Deshpande, who is the CEO of Persistent Alumni of IIT Kharagpur. So I was talking when your company is going to come in Nagpur. He said, Professor Maitre, I don't look after Persistent. I only look after my foundation. You see, he has reached a stage, money is no more important for me, how to serve the society through his foundation. I look into that, Baki other professionals look into that. So that is what the stage people reach. They advise the students this way, and convincing will become one of the challenge. I think you have given some of the insights. Now, Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Pawan Kumar ji is one of the well-known authority in the area of IKS, Indian Knowledge System. He's also on the one of the governmental committee. I think our NEP foundation is on IKS. And, yesterday there was an exhibition, Niti Ayog, Chintan was there and we were seeing, and somebody was showing a high school student, Aryabhatta, and his Aryabhatta's formula, you can count how many fruits are there in the fruit stall. If you know the base number, you can count, and that is the formula he has given. So how to make use of, Bhaskaracharya's and Aryabhatta's, IKS, it is just one example. Now, for business school students, to make them holistic and also a different perspective or multidisciplinary, they should get a perspective from all the angles. For example, if you go to the dentist, if there is a pain in the teeth, he will take out and then he create a problem for eye, and then you have to wear the chashma and all. Again, then he does something, then ear problem and brain problem, because the specialists do only their task and give the problem for other doctors. They also help. So that is what the specialization is all about, and that is where in NEP the focus has been multidisciplinary. Before acting anything, what is its impact on others? And that is what multidisciplinary purpose is. So how to, while teaching the students multidisciplinary various perspectives, 360-degree view, how to give, for that point of view, IKS, some of the illustrations of IKS plays a very important role to make students, to build students for their life. I think you rightly talked about. So what are the things, probably we need to introduce from IKS point of view, from management education, so that a focus on placement will be a small portion, but they will be focusing on their life, building their life. So what are those suggestions, advice you give to us, sir?
Sir, allow me to come to this question after 60 seconds. You have only given 2 minutes.
Okay.
In the beginning, I would like to say, every topic of panel discussion, like every person has personality, topic also has its own personality. This is a luxurious topic. It is a stylish topic beyond placement. But first of all, let me say, we have to be clear how we look at the Maslow model. Do we want to go to the second, third, fourth need, fifth need without fulfilling the first need? No, we cannot afford. So we cannot continue to be party, because we are all parties to such kind of report which says 65, 70, 72% of MBAs are not placeable. We cannot be. For example, when Dr. Batra and team invited us, they said, this will be a topic. They did not say to us, knowing that we are mature people, that there is winter in Delhi, so bring your coat, etc. He did not say. We know that. Similarly, this topic we are discussing with great assumption that placement issues by the institutes have been taken care of. Let us not lose sight of that. We cannot continue to be party of making unplaceable students. So let we all do good investment in making students placeable, because please look at their face with empathy. Look at the faces of many of the parents who send such students with empathy, and actually they are searching for right kind of, let us say, job. So let us not lose sight of that issue. But topic is luxurious. Let us see. You see, after we have also taken care of the skill building of the students who can be placeable, now this topic starts. Because it is a battle race kind of thing. Yeah? This topic is the second person who is running the battle of the third person, not the first person. First person is, of course, capability for getting a job. I will never lose sight of that. So let there be no misunderstanding. See, we are doing something which will give answer to this question, sir. There is a club, which actually a social sensitizing club, which deals with uplifting the lifestyle, or let us say standard of living of the village around, so that going there may not be problem. And recently, with collaboration with other social service organizations, students have been able to provide 70 street lights, solar street lights to villagers. Our students have been able to actually say, give infrastructure with others' collaboration, of course. I am Tiruchirappalli not funding, but they collaborated well, and 2 schools, they have uplifted the level of infrastructure, and they are now looking like government school, of course, a primary school. They are looking like a little modern school kind of thing. Next issue is that we also hold talks, discussions about sensitization. Just last week, we had also by one of the top India's team that is called experiential learning, where through catharsis, because we only think addition is the process of knowledge, but deletion is also process of knowledge. Catharsis is process of knowledge. We are trying to do that. And in this process, we are also sensitizing the students. I also float sometime course. My one course gets floated is Behavioral and Leadership Insights from Sanskrit Scriptures. The abbreviation is BLISS. I say to students, if you don't take my course, I don't mind. I'll get time to read. But if you take my course, you will get blissful. So there are insights about many things, beyond typical run-of-the-mill kind of discussion that we do. There are many deeper insights in life we try to discuss. So just I will end this part by saying, I'm quoting the second sutra of Ishavasyopanishads, first line of second sutra, which says, Kurvan meveha karmani, jiji vishet shatang samah. It means, I think this should be taught to every MBA students of the world, that you should be able to engage in auspicious action for at least 100 years in life. It means we should try planning how I can live for 100 years, because longevity, I'm not saying jiji visha, जीने की और भोग की कामना नहीं कह रहा हूं. I'm simply saying everyone should have desire to live longer, so that one should be able to see all paintings of the life in one life, so that more for life also withers away. But it also says that one should be able to live for 100 years while doing auspicious karma, and that karma itself can liberate if you are doing a kind of, let us say, detached involvement. So these all kinds of lessons we try to give, and many students, let me say, concluding marks, 20% of students are very good material. They are highly sensitive to all these kinds of discussions. 50% are waiting what you're doing, and then they get sensitized. And maybe 10-20% do not, but if you have gathered dust for years, it will take some more time to remove the layer of the dust also. But we must keep trying in these directions to give holistic education to students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now to continue the same with Professor Asid.
Yeah.
I think you see students, today it is a digital disruptive world. Disruption is happening very often and faster than fast. And whatever we teach in MBA courses, the core courses, and what actually practically you see in the industry, there is a huge change. Because technological development takes place first, and when it comes to implementation, it will take some time for the corporate as well as for the business schools. Probably business schools are the last one to implement. Now, while teaching the course, what we teach and what actually there in the industry, there is a gap. For example, 3D printing. The entire inventory in the operations management has changed. So like that, many courses or even the, to make one car 14,000 to now 200 items are good enough to print a car or to print a building or to print a product. So in this kind of environment, what we are teaching, what actually technology is taking us. And now after the industry, we'll bring back to the academy and we teach. That is what he told about industry professionals are coming and teaching the course. Why the focus on industry professionals? Because they know before we know, they practice before we know. Now, how to change this one? The moment something happened, R&D, why can't it come to the education institutions or management institutions, and how to propagate so that industry should come to us to learn from, and then they should practice instead of happening in reverse way. And also the skill set, what we teach, they are changing very often. Skills have self-life. The moment they graduate, they have to lead the unknown roles in unborn companies. So if that is the case, how to prepare our students for the life, and that is one part. And second one, how to bring the R&D first than the industry. 2 points and 2 minutes.
Yeah, so thank you. And this is a subject very close to my heart. And after I took over, I built.
Asidji has more than 30 years of industry experience after doing his MBA from IIM Calcutta. Yeah, and that is why this question goes.
I'm Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad. Yeah.
So what we do is that we set up 4 centers of excellence. Okay, real centers of excellence. Like in marketing, we have RTCML, Real-Time Contextual Marketing Lab. We have several open source tools and also proprietary tools like salesforce.com. So that is where you learn about the the ERP that this reporting that the sales team are using, and also like say a social studio. That is where you can do sentiment analysis, and they are pretty expensive. Similarly, in finance, we have FinTrack, financial trading and simulation analytics software. So that is where we have Bloomberg terminals, we have NAC, this smart simulation, trading simulation software. So what we do, we help students to do BMC, CMT, and all these certification there. And not only that, to do lot of interdisciplinary research, like social sentiment and stock price changes. Okay, so this kind of research is happening. So cross-disciplinary research, cross-disciplinary project, different certification, and so much so that we are also very soon filing 2 IPs coming from the finance lab. Similarly, in operations, we have a Center for Operations Excellence, and operations management, usually in the management institutes are not given that much importance, but we do, because Tamil Nadu is a hotbed for, and those students they're good in quantitative aspects, quantitative methods. And all the students in Kabiribal, they are pretty intelligent, but I reached there pretty late. So I missed that bus, but students are good in numbers. So we have a lot of operations related simulation software. And globally, behind students, they are performing very well when it comes to CAPSIM simulation and all these applications, all these competitions. They are getting global first, second, third rank. So similarly, in operations, we have this 09 solution, and we have this other supply chain 4.0 solutions. And these are ways I can excite the Gen Z. So Gen Z does not like those textbooks. I issue them textbooks, but they don't read it. But they will be sitting in the lab and they will be experimenting on. So 2 projects now I have given to my marketing area chair and finance and operations chair. To my operations chair, I said that I want to build drone-based supply chain. Okay, there should be drone delivery. It should come from my office canteen to my main building. This is where I run the program, administrative building. And similarly, this metaverse lab for the marketing faculty. So this kind of excitement we try to create, this kind of new technology which has a lot of management input, we try to do that. And we have Center for Sustainable Development. As you may know that like many of the top IIMs, so we have been fortunate to be selected by government of Tamil Nadu to be their academic partner for their this Chief Minister's Fellowship Program. So there are 30 fellows. They are working with the Chief Minister's office. They are working on different SDG initiatives. It could be women empowerment. It could be this data governance. It could be water management, so on and so forth. For all the 30 students, there are 60 students who are attached to them. And they work along with them in terms of identifying the problem, the research, framing the research question, and all their activities. And one faculty mentors maybe a group of 3 or 4 students. So these are some interventions. Of course, apart from that, you have summer internship, different other course-based project that is there in all the institutes. But these are some kind of unique initiatives that we have at BIM, and thereby they get more industry consulting ready. Like even CSR impact analysis, we did it for City Union Bank. There's a small amount we received, but that's a big learning that is involved. Some local dairy and hatchery farms, we are consulting with them. So jokingly, I keep teasing my faculty that Unilever and P&G, they don't call you. So you're going to this local hatchery and dairy farms. But jokes apart, what happens, even if I can help a coconut seller, that how a QR code or UPI can increase his sales, then I'm building this local ecosystem. So through this kind of initiatives, we are making the change.
Thank you, Dr. Ashit Barmaji. Now, Chairman, this Postima Business School, Professor Anil Somani. Now, you see, all of you know that we, after conducting an examination, we evaluate the papers. And we give the marks and we give the grade A plus A, whatever the A minus B and those things. But some of the grades, probably students may get a higher grade, and how much knowledge they got, how much skill they got, probably it is difficult to connect, build the interrelationship. Some of the assessments in some of the core courses are Stone Age evaluation. They are nothing to do with the industry when it comes to. Now, in that case, what industry expect, what we equip the students and what industry expect. As Professor Pawan said, what we are discussing, it is placement is given, but beyond placement, what they should equip, we are talking about entire panel, not without placement. Placement will be there. So first placement, then significance part we are talking about. So how to evaluate, what industry wants and what we equip the students. For example, if any task is given, how courageous student is, how much risk he will take, how confident he is, what kind of tenacity he is having, and what kind of confidence he is having, how to assess all those kind of things for the students. Because if he is not confident, he is not confident, and then probably their, the reaction on that particular task will be different. So how to build these kind of skills, which we don't evaluate in many of the subjects, core subject and elective subject. I hope all of you agree. So how to evaluate this kind of skills? Yours is a, some kind of new generation school. How do you do that,
So-
or you intend to do, please?
So thank you, sir. Just 2 or 3 things I would say before I come very specifically to your question. I often interview students, ask them about their strengths. And in their strengths, I get all these answers, leadership, perseverance, teamwork, etc., etc. Because there was this talk of social. But I never get the answers like honesty, sincerity, compassion, passion, etc. These are actually qualities missing in the youth of today. We actually try to introduce a course on ethics at first time our business school, but then the attendance kept thinning and we had to discontinue that course. And imagine at the other end at Harvard, they introduced a course some time back on which they called as strategic misrepresentation, where they actually taught their students how to lie. Of course, they had to withdraw that course after some time. But then this is the situation of ethics, and we try to inculcate this in our students, but then it is a difficult task.
No, Anilji, reframe the question. How do you test the evidence?
No,
I'm
coming
talking
to
about,
that.
not
I'm
the
coming to- I'm
interaction,
coming to
because
the- I'm
coaching
coming
classes train them such a
Yeah,
way that
I'm coming.
confidently they tell lie. So we don't want.
I am coming to that.
So
I'm
how
coming
to
that.
assess these
so
things?
The second thing that somebody talked of, what the business schools
No,
say.
we will take other things, but you can focus on this.
All right. Okay. So
Yeah.
then specifically on this, basically First Timer is a business school set up by alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. I am myself an alumni of IIMA. And the what I learned basically, and what all of us learned basically over there in the case method, which was perfected at Harvard and brought into India by IIM Ahmedabad, is to focus on the problem. Here at First Timer, we go beyond one step beyond that to look for problems there where they don't exist. So look for problems where there exist none. And these non-academic skill sets that I talked of in the pedagogy that we have built in. So this is where we bring in resilience in our students. This is where we bring in the ability to identify and capitalize on opportunities. Now, these are the skills that we are brought in, and these are the skills which have to be assessed as far as the pedagogy is concerned, as far as the examination mode is concerned, and which is actually brought in not through MCQs, but through a series of cases, methods, putting them through practical projects in industries, and in also through a very task-based summer internships where they learn to withstand pressure. They learn not only leadership, they also learn followership. And this is how this whole assessment process is actually built. And I'm glad to tell you that first time our students are considered amongst the most resilient students in the corporate world. If we say the average, the industry average for the first job for a B school graduate is almost 1 to 1.25 years. For our students, it is on more than 2 years in their first job. So this is the one of the parameters of resilience that we have actually incorporated in our students at first time.
Thank you, Soman sir. I think, today, new phenomena, it is important to, I think, business to make the students more confident, risk-taking, and also a better decision maker. We have to introduce gamification in our courses. Simulation is one line, online games, offline games. Basically two teams are playing. First, team A may lose first 2 rounds, and remaining 8 rounds, team A may win and B may lose 8. Then, the team which loses first and later on, they will change their strategy and change their, take the higher risk and make the better decision. And then they keep on winning. Out of 10 rounds, A will win 8 and B will win 2. So this clearly you can see as a faculty, you can see that who is confident, how they take the risk, and without any cost, how they also learn a better decision making. So like this kind of gamification, simulations, using full, making use of IT, probably we need to get into that. This kind of examinations are going to play an important role to make them more confident and at a time, simultaneously how to watch the things, how to make a decision. So these are some of the things probably we don't assess, but this kind of method can help. And that is where, if you look at the national education policy, I am part of one of the implementation team for leadership and governance. So what I want to say is all our business school people, we should be looking at NEP. There are 3 angles, national curriculum framework. It talks about the academics, that is basically theory, the skill, and the experiential learning. The phenomena-based learning should be, for example, merger and acquisition kind of courses should be taught. Almost all departments, all areas of the management and projects should be given. Students can experience and they will build the confidence on them. So this kind of things probably beyond career or placement, probably these people are going to make a mark and we can build them for lifelong. So I thank all my esteemed panel members. They have given a great insights. I'm sure you all enjoyed the insights given my distinguished panel members. I thank all the panels for their valuable insights and timing. And thank you very much for Business World for giving us up an opportunity to have this particular session. And thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you to the panelists and our moderator for diligently conducting the session successfully. Can we have a round of applause for them? Also, I would request you to kindly stay back. I would request the humble presence of Professor Sudhakar Rao, Director, ICFI Group, to please join us here on stage to felicitate our panelist and our moderator for the session. Can we welcome Professor Rao with a round of applause, please? Everybody, hands up in the air. The session has been quite encouraging for the students, and it's very important that we think about our career aspirations, which could be difficult. We need to search, plan, and look ahead. Thank you once again to our panelists who have given us their precious time here today to share their insights with us on the topic. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you so much. I would also request you to stay back for one group picture. Thank you once again to each and every one of you. Thank you for accepting this token of respect from our end. Once again, really delighted to have each and every one of you here. Thank you. Everybody, can we have a round of applause one more time for the panelists on stage with us? Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving ahead to our next panel, which is going to be on the topic, evolving hiring practices. Thank you once again to our panelists here on board. It was really a delight to have each and every one of you here. Moving ahead to our next panel discussion on the topic shaping future entrepreneurs, I would now take the opportunity to invite our panelists as above, starting with Dr. Nihar Amankar, Chairperson, PD, PGDM Accelerated Program, Faculty Strategy Innovation, IMT Ghaziabad, followed by Dr. Sanjeev Chaturvedi, Director, GNIOT Institute of Management Studies. Next, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Lieutenant General R.K. Anand, Director General, MRIIRS. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Pooja Jain, Director, Jagan Institute of Management Studies. And of course, last but not the least, our moderator for this session, Professor Sudhakar Rao, Director, ICFI Group. Everybody, can we have a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator for this session? And I would request Professor Rao to take the session forward diligently. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you very much for this opportunity to moderate yet another session. And very good afternoon to the previous panelists. You've done a great job. And
Kindly get settled and seated.
kindly settle down. Yeah. Usually we are given 45 minutes of time, and by the time we walk down stage, it is showing as 30 minutes. And therefore we have to be really competitive in terms of what we are going to say, and at the same time be sharply focused on what we are actually discussing. Members in the audience, would you like to have any questions about this particular topic, shaping the future entrepreneurs? We'll take the questions first and then get into the discussion. Raise hands. I know it is a very difficult situation that the society is going through. Your lunch is being served there almost, and then we are still talking. Questions? Yeah, anybody else? Of course, you have to ask the question. Yeah, Professor Sanjay. Yeah.
So we have been listening a lot about MBA students becoming entrepreneurs. My question is, if everyone becomes entrepreneurs, who will work for these entrepreneurs?
Very interesting question. We'll handle that. Any other questions from the youngsters who are there on the left side of this room? I heard a big round of applause when Dr. Chaturvedi was walking up. When popular heroes walk on this planet, they get a big round of applause. It's like that. Anybody else on the right side? Yes, sir. Please stand up.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I have studied in BIM 20 years back and then have been an entrepreneur for 7 years. Okay. So the question is, the focus for every institute currently is definitely one of the parameters, how many entrepreneurs are they creating? Yeah. So when everybody is looking at these parameters, what are these institutes able to do in these aspects in creating an entrepreneurship platform? Okay, because the IMs are, it has been said that the IMs have a very good good platform for these, but the second rung institutes do not have. So what are the second rung institutes doing to build such a platform where the students can plug in and they will develop in this forum?
Great question. Very good. Any more questions? Yes, go ahead. Let's make do without mic. Oh.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Sharan Sharma from GNIOT Institute of Management Studies. I would like to ask that how entrepreneurs help in shaping a country and making it in a global scenario, how a country is benefited by entrepreneurs and how it makes a country available on the global map.
Excellent. Big round of applause to the student who has asked this question. Amazing. You've actually flipped it. How are the institutions shaping the future entrepreneurs was the topic. And you're saying, how are these entrepreneurs going to shape the country and the world around us? Wonderful. Wonderful. Any other questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just need to know, be very specific in questioning my question here, that what we look forward in the management institutes to develop the future entrepreneurs. So
yeah, that's the whole topic.
Yeah, what one point majorly that we look forward, because we'll be discussing many other areas, but what is one?
Don't worry about it. I will make sure that they talk about what they are doing.
Okay, that's really great then.
Yeah, big round of applause also. Yeah. Any other questions? See, these questions serve as your seed capital into what we are going to talk about, isn't it? So you have so much of expectation from us, and expectation is in terms of various questions, and we hope that you stay glued and you continue to continue to listen to the conversation that's going to take place. So we'll begin now. We have a fantastic panel here. Some of these academic leaders who have held responsibilities, not just now, but also in the past, that gave them a lot of exposure to and an opportunity to contribute to this crucible called entrepreneurship. And therefore, we are all set to learn a lot from these gentlemen and the lady who is present on the panel. Entrepreneurship in simple is about two important characteristic features. It is about taking risk and also taking ownership. Whether you work for yourself or you work for somebody else, these are two important characteristic features that are going to mark an entrepreneur. Some of the students who are studying with us may not become entrepreneurs immediately, but over a period of time, they get into entrepreneurship. But if they bear these characteristic features of risk-taking and ownership in enough measure, and I'm sure they're going to become entrepreneurs sometime sooner. Many institutions talk about entrepreneurship as an important activity. They have incubation centers. They have a little bit of curriculum on entrepreneurship. They have entrepreneurs coming and talking to the students. They participate in pitch deck competitions. They participate in startup ventures. They try to be visible everywhere. A lot of things are being done by institutions. We are not going to repeat all that. While I appreciate all these are very, very good. We are going to talk about 4 or 5, or at least 4 buckets very, very specifically. What I request our team members is to understand that there is about two minutes at one go and another 2 minutes at second. So there are 2 rounds, not more than that probably. In your institution, in your university, kindly tell us how the startup has been taken up in a measurable way. There could be results, there could be measured efforts as well. Both are counted. Okay. But we speak in bullet points so that it is easier for them to consume. At the same time, this is an activity which is having a priority in all our institutions. I understand that. And therefore, we talk about specific startup activity initiatives, measures, support from the institution, and then how it has been taken forward. Maybe if you can reduce it to less than 2 minutes also, it's fine. Now I first invite Professor Lieutenant General R.K. Anand. Manav Rachna Institute.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Very good questions. Actually, they lead us to, talk in specifics. Now, I'll just take the audience back to, all those who had these questions back to a decade or 2 decades back, and let you compare or try and, think or analyze what used to be the environment in a campus in a university. When we were youngsters, I'm from IIT Delhi. Most of the IITs are known for many things, but the environment was strictly going as per the syllabi within the 4 walls of a room, trying to, finish the syllabi and produce a student with some specific objectives. And thereafter, the student will fly out to the institution and, get on to the industry. Now, there is a dramatic shift which has taken place, which I can talk of where I am now. Rather than, having fixed 4 walls and a tight syllabi, we have an industry we have the industry which has walked into the institution now. So your institution is actually being driven by the industry. Now, how do we do that? We have almost about 42 now centers of excellence which have been created, which are about different areas of expertise we want our students to nurture into or develop into or look at it and possibly get an interest into. Now, all these are primarily driven by the industry. Now, how is it being done? It's being done very scientifically, actually. If you look at the environment and do a scan, human race has been evolving over the years, and our ancestors were also equally entrepreneurs as we think we are. And it's all about survivability and sustainability. Now, look at the industry, they're also trying to do that. Look at the environment, SDGs, UN is talking of, everything is about survivability, sustainability, and evolution. Now, industry is continuously evolving. And if you do this scan, in near and long-term future, you can clearly visualize where is it going, where is the demand. Now, somehow we have to bring the students closer to the demand and understand that if you are a child who thinks that, he can use his mind into innovation, here is the scan. This is where the industry is going. This is what the evolving demand is. Come, listen, evolve yourself. Now, you'll be very surprised that, most of us think that current generation possibly does not have that, but we have students who walk into the university, take an admission, and next second they come up to me and say, sir, I want to take part in innovation activity. This is his first aim in the university. And you ask him, do you have some idea? He says, yes, sir, I have about 20 ideas. Can you listen to me? So on day 1, he opens up his ideas, and day 2, he is forming part of the New Gen IADC camp, in which he's already there and looking for a mentor now. This is the way students are coming these days. And you'll be very surprised that we have few thousand students. Moment you announce, you have few hundred coming up and saying we are there. Now, so in short, since I have 2 minutes, we must pass the mic. I would say that there is an integration and convergence taking place between the industry, the demand, the way the whole ecosystem is evolving, the way the government is pulling the whole ecosystem, along with what's happening in the campus and the students. Somehow this convergence is helping people or the students to, think innovatively and come up with ideas. So much now I can come
Excellent, back. Excellent, sir. I think
you.
you have very nicely put it in terms of the convergence. Industry is more getting into institutions now, and institutions are more open, and even students who are walking into the institutions are asking for what kind of support do I get for entrepreneurship, and I have lots of ideas. Would you like to listen to? Great. You have set the tone very well, sir. Dr. Pooja Jain, I would like to ask you 2 things, and you can choose one. One is to tell us what kind of entrepreneurship activities are happening in your institution at one end. On the other, which is more important and bigger and relevant to all of us, is how do we set the cultural mindset required to actually nurture these entrepreneurship? And that's what institutions are supposed to do. I think from your experience and from your suggestions, we can probably learn a few points and apply it across other institutions as well. Dr. Pooja.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much first for giving me this opportunity. In fact, I'll answer the first question and taking from my prior panelist. He was talking about, students start asking from the first day. In fact, students start asking before they even take admissions. When we are in the GDPI processes and we ask them, what are your future goals? So many of them, if I look at in the current times, they already have business ideas in their mind, and they're looking for that nurturing and mentoring support to actually operationalize those ideas into real business ventures. So there is a tremendous amount of change that I see in the student which is coming nowadays. If I look at about 10 years back, and in a country like ours where more than 30% of our population belongs to the middle class, it was getting a job was the most respectable thing and the most respected profession which was considered. But and it was not okay to fail. But if you look at the current business scenarios and the mindset of people, it's okay to fail. And the risk appetite has really grown over the years. So the parents are okay if you fail in your business ventures. The society is okay if you fail, and you can fail and come back again, start up new ventures, and probably look for a better future ahead. So that's the kind of change that I observe in the last few years. And on top of it, even look at the kind of government support. The entire ecosystem has become so supportive in nature that it is, giving it a very positive kind of an outlook.
So what do you do at your institution, ma'am?
Yeah, talking about my institution, so there are different kinds of supports that we offer. The generic support is definitely, teaching them courses in entrepreneurship, marketing, law, how to set up a business. And in fact, recently we have initiated subject on family business, because what we have realized is that most of the students who are coming from business backgrounds already have parental business or generational businesses running. So they want to give a boost to their existing business and scale up those businesses to a higher level. Apart from a generic support, we also have a very focused approach or a support that we give to students who, who have business ideas in their mind, in terms of not just a financial support, the seed money support, but also mentoring, specific mentoring on cross-disciplinary areas wherein they would require support to take the business venture into a final stage. Apart from that, another feature that we've added from the last 3 years is an extended placement support. So you can try your business idea. If it does not succeed, you can still come back to
Excellent.
us and take a placement support.
Great.
So we are creating that kind of a framework, apart from a lot of networking and collaborative, opportunities that we create, wherein we call angel investors, seed money fund firms, or institutional framework support to come and interact with such students and probably guide them to a better future.
Excellent. I think you're doing all the right things. One is to create access to funds. Before that, creating a curriculum that is required with a special focus on family business. And when you have this mentorship, which is structured in your institution, it goes a long way in producing the results. And thank you so much, Dr. Pooja, for that. I'll now request Dr. Chaturvedi to come in now. Dr. Nihar will wait. We'll talk about, Dr. Nihar, some of the things that institutions abroad are doing with respect to entrepreneurship and what probably we should also emulate. That will come to you. But I request Dr. Chaturvedi to talk about, see, the government policy in India has done great. There's a lot of talk now about it. It pulls up, as Lieutenant General has also mentioned. As Dr. Pooja also mentioned, that we are appreciating what the government is doing definitely, and how is it translating into results. But you have this international experience, and we could probably learn from that. Can you help us understand how it is done elsewhere, maybe in a country or two where you can refer to, and explain the policy measures that they would have taken up to nurture this entrepreneurship in their country, and what we could pick up 1 or 2 lessons from there?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, dignitaries on the dais of the dais. Before joining GNIOT, I was in Tashkent, and there were two similarities between what I did in Tashkent and what they did here. They both opened centers during COVID in 2020. तो मुझे सत्यकाम का एक गाना याद आता है कि जमाने में ऐसे नादान होते हैं, ले जाते हैं वहीं कश्ती जहां तूफान होते हैं. So when the centers were closing, institutions were closing, they opened here, and we opened in Tashkent. It was a Ministry of External Affairs project, and I was the advisor there for 2 years. Now the question here is how the policies of Central Asia, or in particular Uzbekistan, is different from Government of India's policy. First of all, they give free education to everybody, which may or may not be possible here because of the population. They are just 3.5 crore people in Uzbekistan. Total Central Asia, 7 crore. So it is less than a state here. But what they do is that they give free education. Either you can do in Uzbek language or you can do in Russian language. But people go for Russian now. And now they are switching over to English. So first, the education and the educators in the school are basically from like one of the best you can find in Russian model. I was told that in Russians' time, only two people could buy a car. One was the professor and other was the doctor. Now, the same concept is there in Central Asia. Professors are given fantastic salaries supported by the government. Here, that is again a question mark. Second, when a student pass out from the school, they have a 11th standard school. So they have a one, you can say, internship type of 1 year, which has to be completed before you go to undergraduate. So that 1 year is very important. They go in industry and work in the industry just after 11th class. We don't have that model here. And after 12th, after this 1 more year, when they go for graduation, if it is a state government, it is free. If it is a private institution and you have to give an English test, entire training of English of IELTS is free for everybody. And it is $500 for 3 months course. That is a big amount in that particular area. So that is given. And if a girl student score more than 5 in IELTS score, she gets a scholarship. So the challenge here is that they start grooming the students right from schooling. So I think that is one policy which we can differentiate.
Amazing point. Yeah. So grooming them early, free education, recognition and reward for professors and education as a whole, which is a step above what we do here. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So we'll come back to you for a few more points to learn from you. Dr. Nihar, we understand that if you are a good teacher, you end up being a role model and you generate some of the teachers from the classroom. I mean, that is the power of a teacher. You become a role model. Most of these private institutions are set up by entrepreneurs, right? So if they have been exemplary entrepreneurs themselves, they should have actually created much more entrepreneurs from the classroom. Can we say that? Yeah. So how do you see the institutions abroad shaping the future entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship as a whole, vis-a-vis some of the institutions that we have in this country doing? Or don't have to talk about what we are doing, but talk about what we are not doing. That's good enough for us.
That's a great question. So one of the things that universities abroad have done is that they have not looked at entrepreneurship as one subject. Rather, they have embedded entrepreneurship throughout the curriculum of the business school and the management programs. So that's very important because we need to recognize that, look, enterprise is different and entrepreneurship is different. Enterprise is about having an idea, making it happen. Entrepreneurship is then about scaling it up and then, creating social, cultural, and economic value in the society. So 3 stages I would just like to very succinctly highlight. See, when it comes to enterprise education, it's about first, learning about, second, learning for, and third, learning through. Learning about is the actual subject knowledge. What is entrepreneurship? Stories from the past, case studies, etc. Learning for is now preparing for the entrepreneurial journey. Okay, and that is how we do it, is by offering students an opportunity through courses like design thinking. Okay, that is wherein they have to create something. Okay, you're forced to create something. You're not just mugging up a textbook. Secondly, offering students the opportunity to actually consult with some of the startups. So they are actually seeing entrepreneurship in action without having to actually fly by the seat of their pants. And third is learning through. Now, learning through is when you actually start your venture. That's mostly a reflective process. And that is what is missing over here, because most entrepreneurs learn via reflection. And that reflection only comes through action. So this is one. And the second thing I would just like to highlight is that, look, when in India, we look at entrepreneurship education purely from the point of view of startups. Well, I tend to disagree with that, because what we need is entrepreneurial leaders within organizations. So I'm talking about entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship education need not necessarily mean you go out and start up. You can actually go into an organization and create entrepreneurial value and a spin-off within that organization. A quick example is in ITC, there was a gentleman who noticed that value could be created by working with those people who were working in the soya farm fields. And he sold that idea to his chairman, and he said, I need 40 lakhs for this project. And he was given that 40 lakhs, and today that is the actual highest revenue generating arm of ITC.
Correct.
So that is an entrepreneurial effect taking place within an organization. So we need to look at it from both perspectives.
Entrepreneurship as well. Wonderful. Nice points that you have actually mentioned, that institutions will have to encourage startups, and while they are still studying with us, they need to found their companies and move forward. So that's about the practicum part of it taken to entrepreneurship. Amazing. And we have a question there. We'll come back to that. Dr. Pooja and Lieutenant General Anand, we have one each for you. First, Dr. Pooja, I will request you to comment on very briefly again, because you know the time that is ticking away from us. When institutions set up these startups, we have incubation, so on and so forth. The first measure of your faith on entrepreneurship is when you yourself invest some money. I'll give you an example. As a parent, if your child has come up with some business idea and you do not want to invest in that business idea, how do you think somebody else will invest in that idea? Similarly, if an institution doesn't invest in, you don't have any mechanism to invest. There are some institutions which do, by the way. If institutional faith, parental faith, and of course the societal faith improves on entrepreneurship, then we would be actually nurturing them, celebrating their failures, as you mentioned earlier. We'll be going in the right direction. How to set the cultural mindset, both within the institution and without the institution, for entrepreneurship? Ma'am, would you like to throw 2-3 bullet points on this?
Okay. Talking about the mindset, as I was talking, it happens at a broader level. It does not start only with an institution, but I think it starts from the family level to an institution level, and the entire ecosystem level when it comes to policy making. So if you look at post 2015, there have been a lot of initiatives by the government of India in terms of Startup India, Skill Up India, or say a lot of focus on vocational training, encouraging smaller startups, not just providing them just financial support, but also a lot of institutional support, leadership capability building support, talking about different kinds of skill set, whether it is critical thinking, problem solving, being innovative, and, even if it is a small startup, a small scale business. When you were talking about institutions, or academic institutions trying to give that kind of a support, I can tell you a very small venture, as my other co-panelist was talking about, reflections. Unless and until you start doing things, you will actually not know the nuances of doing it. So we allow our students, so there are 2 different cafeteria supports which are run by our existing students. The moment any of the students says, I want to have a startup in a food business, so we allow them to run those setups during their tenure of the courses, and many of them have actually run them very successfully. And we have supported these kinds of small startups. In fact, we have aligned with 2 industrial areas which are near the vicinity of our campus, and we try and send our students to learn from the SME enterprises, in fact support them in their running businesses and learn from there. So this is the kind of culture that we have set up in our institution.
Culture by doing, culture by immersive activities.
Yes,
Wonderful.
immersive
Thank you very
as well
much.
as
Yeah.
reflective.
Great, thank you. Lieutenant General Anand, sir, I would like to request you to answer that one interesting question a gentleman asked. We are talking about entrepreneurship, and if everybody in the classroom comes out as an entrepreneur, who is going to work for them? Hypothetical, but it's a very relevant and practical.
Yeah, it's a relevant question, and I'll give you some examples how things happen. Firstly, as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, there is no dearth of money now. In fact, the money is flooding. The institutions are not able to spend it. Many institutions have returned the money I know of, and it's primarily because they've not been able to push it. And second, what is more interesting is that, as I said earlier also, there's a lot of pull by the government. And starting from Ministry of Defense, Commerce and other ministries, large number of lists have been created, which they have decided will happen within India. So there's a full drive which is happening on indigenization. So that is also, taking a pull and, throwing up problem statements. Now, what is interesting, the point which you said is, I'll just give you an example. We have a startup where a child wanted to work on energy from waste. In fact, it's a very common idea. There are large number of institutions researching on it, and we have a breakthrough in that. While doing this energy from waste, we were working on segregating waste. And in our biotech department, there was a child who wanted to do work on utilizing food waste. So can you beat it? We have a startup coming out of a startup. So there is a group of 3 which is actually feeding to another group of 3 students, wherein the waste which is pulled out by these gentlemen, they're segregating food waste, which is now being used by them to make spoons, plates, which can be used. You drink in a cup and eat the cup. You take a spoon, edible spoon. So you eat with that spoon and eat the spoon. It's all coming from food waste. So it's a startup coming from a startup. So there is no dearth of ideas like this where one entrepreneur can actually give way to another entrepreneur. We have very many ideas like this which are happening where children are wanting to make apps which have a fair amount of utility. We had an app created by a student which is to do with health clubs which is running around the country and how they can be made more scientific. We had another student who was from the physiotherapy department. He pitched in. So there are 2 teams now working. From one startup, another startup has come in where a child is now working on how to scientifically look at your figure and tell you, are you exercising right or you're not exercising right?
Okay, you're saying that it is contagious and it is infectious. It goes from one to another, and many people can become entrepreneurs. There are so many ideas. Well, the other point that Professor meant was that, you can be an entrepreneur in the meantime and then branch out, take your parachute and jump out as an entrepreneur, as Dr. Nihar has mentioned earlier. Sir, Dr. Chaturvedi, I would like to ask you one last question, and that is very briefly, you will have to answer. Startups and entrepreneurship is one. Their performance in the startup world, their performance as their behavior, their ethics is another. As institutions, all of us will have to call their bluff if some of them are actually making mistakes in the areas of over-evaluation, in the areas of wrong reporting, in the areas of completely non-ethical practices of laying off people and splurging money elsewhere. As we all know, we have read about these things. Today's news is about Go Mechanic, where excess revenue reporting that has been caught. If they were the poster boys of the startup world, our students inside the classroom who are sitting here also will get a shock. We need to actually handle this thing very carefully. Ethics and performance are to access. How do institutions play a pivotal role in managing these 2 things, and what are the 1 or 2 measures that we need to take to curtail this?
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I was on the board of Tata for some time, 7-8 years back, and they were looking for only 2 things in a student, and they never go to IIMs or IITs to recruit mostly. First, the student is dedicated towards the job he's looking forward. And second, is he honest or not? Any student who is extremely intelligent, extremely good marks, but trying to figure out or give wrong answers to a question, is out. So I think this has to be inculcated in the student first of all, that you may, nobody is God, so you have to also learn. Second, there is no class of hearing. We always talk about how to speak, how to present, how to blah, blah, blah.
Excellent.
But there is no class of hearing. We should have at least half an hour class for the student to listen and to make note of that. And then they present. Because worldwide, this is becoming a problem. Like we are having a TikTok generation.
Listening comprehension classes.
How a student can listen for 50 minutes if he is not interested in 5 minutes of YouTube? That's a challenge for us. I think if we inculcate this, that hearing is also very important, rather more important than talking. I think this will. But honesty and dedication is the two qualities.
Honesty and dedication, so we take those points. And listening is extremely important, and listening to your customers is more important than overly listening to your investors. And that's where startups actually go upside down. One last question to Dr. Nihar. Dr. Nihar, the entrepreneurship or shaping the entrepreneurs is not just a domain of business schools or schools. Business schools, when I say management schools, they are located in metros like Delhi, Hyderabad, or Bangalore, Mumbai, and all. But I'm sure there are youngsters bursting with ideas in rural India, small towns as well. What do you think some of these leading business schools will have to do to shape these future entrepreneurs who may not be part of their student roles?
I think incentivizing, as somebody from the panel spoke, incentivizing these entrepreneurs to come on and have a decent education is very, very important. But at the same time, we in the business school need to understand their context, that they necessarily do not have the formal business and management knowledge that our business school graduates normally tend to have. But we have examples of people succeeding even then. So for example, if you see the traditional Indian business communities, I mean, if we go a generation back, how many of them did they go to a B school? Or did they attend Wharton? They did not. But what they did was they understood how to create a profit proposition, how to create a people proposition, and how to create a value proposition. And that's what they understood. But what we can do is that among the masses, we can help them shape their ideas better, give them access to mentor pools, give them access to structured funding, and give them better go-to-market strategies and the technology that is emerging in the landscape today. That is very important.
Not just our students, but students around where our schools are located.
Absolutely.
That's
absolutely.
what good business schools
And
don't
what you
do.
said earlier, that the online piece may have a role to play over there.
Yes. Yeah. Great. We will probably save that for the next conversation. And for now, we are done with the time. The time was up some 15 minutes back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this patient listening.
Everybody, can we have a
There
round of
is-
applause
there
for
is-
our panelists and moderators?
I'll do the honors, don't worry.
Okay.
There is something called being open to scrutiny is a very important value. For example, there are 10 directors here. You don't talk bad about me. I don't talk bad about you. All of us talk good about ourselves so that the directors are the gods. That's called Omerta code. I think we should not have any code like that. I talk good about your startup. You talk good about that startup. And we are trying to ring fence one another from any scrutiny that's possible from so many youngsters who are sitting in the rows behind. So no ring fencing, no Omerta code, everything should be open to scrutiny. It's a great value to become an entrepreneur or shaping future entrepreneurs. Thank you so much. Please give the mementos to all of us.
I would be requesting the humble presence of Professor S. Srinivas Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, to please join us here on stage and felicitate our panelist and our moderator here today. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Once again, I would like to thank our panelists and our moderator for conducting the session so very diligently. It was truly an honor to have each and every one of you here on stage. Thank you so much. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator here? Thank you so much. I would request our dignitaries to stay back for one group picture along with the mementos as well. Thank you once again. We do have another panel after this. There is no lunch right now. I know you all are really, wanting to go there, but please stay back and stay put. We do have our next session on a very, very interesting topic, which is evolving hiring practices. I would request the humble presence of following dignitaries on stage now, starting with Yuvraj Srivastav, Group CHRO, Make My Trip. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Srivastav? Everybody, please, hands up in the air, followed by Sandeep Girotra, Executive Director and CHRO, DCM, Shriram Limited. Amit Sharma, Chief People and Culture Officer, Volvo Group India. He will be joining us virtually here with. Also, I would request the humble presence of Dheeraj Modi, Vice President and Global HR Head, NLB Services. And last but not the least, the moderator for our session, Sugan Behel, Senior Correspondent, BW Business World, BW People. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. First of all, really sorry that, we're holding you because of this session away from your lunch, but just bear with us for a few more minutes. I plan and I will really try this session to be as enthralling as possible so that for some time you forget that, I've been taken away from lunch from you. So just to give a brief backdrop of what we'll be talking about. Well, in the name of evolving hiring practices, I feel the 21st century has pushed our world to the cusp of major tech upheaval, coupled with a raging pandemic, and has also rewired business methodologies. Basically, post-COVID, there has been a sudden surge in talent crunch as well. There has been upheaval of concepts like career cushioning and great resignations. Now, when we talk about changing landscapes, specifically in hiring segment, wherein we say talent crunch is something that is happening as well, and is something that's going to continue as well. But in the midst of this landscape, there are different methodologies as well as thought processes of HR leaders and experts who feel that in the midst of this upheaval of talent crunch, there are also, coming in of different concepts and varied concepts and ways of hiring practices. Mr. Dheeraj, while opening this forum, I would really like you to take us through the new landscape of hiring that is exactly taking place post-COVID. Or do you feel it is something that is an extension of what was already happening?
Well, thank you so much. I think wonderful topic. And this is a topic I think everybody is expert at these days. From last 3 years, everybody is struggling to hire people, right? Not me, in all the industries, especially tech giants, tech industry. Me being a part of this industry, we also struggle a lot. in last 2-3 years, I think what has happened is that the people who are applying, the candidates we are targeting, they taught us how to hire now. Along with that, the another thing which is disturbing or which is a little away from human touch is evolving of technology. So I'll start with technology. November itself, there was a launch of ChatGPT. That was a brainchild of Elon Musk. I'm sure a few years back we thought that he's creating a human assistant. So that ChatGPT is real now. It's just two months, but that has bypassed Google in terms of artificial intelligence. You ask a question that they'll give you an answer. You ask any questions. You ask that ChatGPT that create a code, they'll create a code for you. You ask to create a picture, they'll create a picture for you. So now organizations are coming forward to help screening the candidates, to get the background of students. What are they doing social media? So artificial intelligence, which was not real few years back, it is already there. So that is helping organization to hire talent. But then that can only help to select few people. Getting that person onboarded is again a Herculean task. That is a big task these days. So now candidates or people who are applying, they are selecting organization, we are not selecting them. It's a candidate driven market. Yesterday, I was about to offer somebody, they said, I want to see your office first, then I will decide whether I'll come or not. That was one tactical thing. But now, earlier we were used to screen people. Now people are screening organization. Can they sustain for a few years? What are their plans? What are the vision? So that has changed the complete arena of hiring. It is a market driven by candidates. We can select, we can use technology, they can help us. But end of the day, it is a candidate who is selecting the organization. So we have to be ready, keeping our organization on the toes that candidate can select us. So I think the need was same to hire a good people, but the method has evolved and it has changed a lot.
While I do understand there is a changing landscape and everybody would agree to it as well, do you think that, we've come a long way from just screening prospective candidates on CVs, and now AI is actually an enabler when it comes to screening candidates? So how do you think we can actually judge the soft skill part?
Yeah, and that is another challenge. People don't want to come and show their face in the office. Even they are local, they want a virtual interview. And you cannot say no to them, right? Somebody sitting 5 kilometers from my office, they don't want to come. They said, okay, we can have a video round. But there you cannot evaluate them on human touch. People have a lot of IQs, but EQ, nobody's talking about EQ. And that is a challenge today, that how do you judge people, their sustainability, their emotional quotient, their loyalty, what they expect from us as an organization. So this is
exactly a very big factor that organizations are seeking today, because in times of crisis, the organizations really expect employees to stand by them.
Absolutely. The tenure we are talking about, when I was looking for a job 10-15 years back, the mindset of the people was that I should work for 5, 7, 10 years in one organization, then I'll maybe switch. But now if somebody completes 12 months, 14 months, they said, okay, we have given enough. Now it's the next move. What is next in this organization or a next organization?
Exactly.
So things have become difficult. There is no objective answers as if now. Everybody is struggling, and we are also one of them. I'm sure Yuvraj and my colleague, they can throw a lot of lights. They've hired n number of people in last 2-3 years.
Sandeep sir, when it comes to you, when we hear that you have hired people across all segments in last 2-3 years, not specific to your organization, but do you think that the hirings that have been taking place is a sustainable hiring in terms of strategy? Because the layoffs are happening overnight.
So honestly, I don't understand the question, but let me take it again.
So I mean to ask is, if it would have been a sustainable or a strategic hiring, then overnight layoffs wouldn't be happening. So if
Oh, yeah.
overnight layoffs are happening, do you think that the cause is the bulk hiring that were done over the years?
Look, yeah, I mean, look, I haven't done that, but I'm assuming a lot of other companies may have done it. It is almost like, when you're hungry and when you want to have food, then you gobble up a lot and then suddenly start puking because, your body cannot take that much. I think somewhere we also created this whole impression about, and maybe right also, impression about that there is a war for talent and, everything is going,
Right.
downwards, southwards, and, people have to just go out and start hiring a lot of people. So I think that also created an artificial hunger to hire people. And suddenly when you hire people, a lot of them, and the business is not growing the way it should have been, you have no other option but to kind of, rationalize it a little bit. So those things may have happened, but I don't know, maybe, Raj, you could talk about it because you're in a business which is much more kind of, on the fly. I haven't seen that as a trend, I mean, it's not that in the last 2 years, a lot of hiring has happened, a lot of layoffs have happened, with in the same breath. I think it's a little exaggerated. Yeah.
Batra, what's your take on the same?
So, I think as Sandeep is saying that, their organizations will hire when they will need people. And the way candidates treat the organizations, in certain cases, startups have also started treating candidates as a disposable commodity, right? So you hire them during the pandemic period. Many of the organizations started doing well because it was in favor of those business models to really work very, very hard and generate their revenues. At that point of time, they hired people, and the moment market started settling down, and there are many companies, I'll not take the names, they realized that it's not sustainable model. You need to really get people out of the system. But the beauty and the important part is that these layoffs are not something which is a new thing happening, right? You look at layoffs of 200, 250 people over a population of around 2,000, 10,000 has started getting reported. It's not a new thing. It's only because there's so much of a reach of a social media, media print itself, that even 100 people are being moved out after the appraisal process becomes a news. Whereas in the huge organizations, in a year's time, there'll be many people who get churned out, right? And that will never make a headline for that matter. Other thing is, it's not bad because people who are getting laid off are in the industry or in the organizations which are knowledge-driven industries, right? So these guys are not going to be really unemployed for long. It's a question of they again changing this their CV and they getting into a different organization rather than sticking around. So it doesn't create unemployment. It only changes the position of the place where people are working. So that's how it is operating. So I don't think it's a matter of huge concern. You are not retrenching people the way it used to happen in the industrial relations environment sort of a thing. So then not much of a concern. It's a sign of evolving economy. It's a sign of thriving economy with the opportunities available. People are moving jobs. Organizations are also being very, very practical on their P&L, and things are moving from that point of view. Yeah.
So, sure, sir.
See, I think what's important is like, I think we should also start seeing, coming in from an HR guy, it doesn't look nice, if I say it as a commodity, but I think employees are commodities, so, and I think we need to start looking at them as a supply demand, this thing, so if there's a demand, there's always going to be supply. If there's going to be excess supply, there's going to be retrenchment, so I think it's the nature of a capitalist economy. That is how it works, and we should accept that piece.
Amit sir, my next question is to you. Do you think that in this evolving times, we are forgetting the aspect of soft skills to an extent, wherein we've just adapted that, it cannot be screened in a tech process? And do you think we're ignoring the fact, because more and more HR experts are of the view that when they're hiring and when the employees are leaving, the one factor that they're not able to table is, and they make it a point that, maybe we did not hire into a content wherein we could screen that what kind of soft skills the person has. So do you think that this very important aspect is being vanished when we are hiring via, the tech way?
That's an important point and a very, very critical
Sir, I
piece.
guess you're in mute. We can't hear you.
It's. Can you hear me now? Is it clear?
No, sir, we cannot hear you.
Okay. It's unmuted from my side, though.
Yeah, sir. Now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. No, first of all, my apologies for not being in person, and it was just a bit of under weather. And with the daily climate, I thought better to kind of stay safe, currently. So apologies for that and for joining virtually. The point you are making is very critical, and generally we say in organizations that you hire for aptitude and you fire for attitude. Because many times when we are hiring people, we are too much looking into the technicalities of the role and the technical skills of the person rather than the larger, softer aspects. And a lot of that has started to happen, especially in the areas of tech hiring, or when I say tech hiring means the virtual hiring, where the more premium is placed on the skills the person is bringing in on the technical side, rather than what the person is bringing in from a softer side, from a learning agility, from leadership, from the larger the values, behaviors, collaboration, all of that. So I would say that this was something which got missed out in that middle, but it's coming back now. So most of the organizations, as I now see, are now equally focusing on the value-based hiring or the behavioral-based interviewing, which is becoming a new norm now, which started off at one point of time as a nice fad, but now it's become a reality. All progressive organizations which I have seen now, including ours, when we look at the hiring, technical is only one part of it, and there are so many people who are not hired, who are great technical minds, but when we realize that on the soft skill assessment people are not there, better to not hire, because then after getting them in, we try hard with all the training programs and all the capability development programs, but it just doesn't work. You need to still have some basic content to work on when you're looking at capability building on that. So the entire concept of a value-based hiring, which is coming up now, is one of the key aspects, which is critical. Now, the problem here is of scale. Organizations which are hiring in reasonable numbers, 200, 300 in a year, one can still do that. But when you're hiring in thousands, and that's true for some of the large, service organizations, that becomes a challenge. And that is something is still a code to be cracked. People tend to rely on a lot of psychometrics around it, whether it's through SHL assessments or through other, there are enough companies today who are giving those kind of tools to organizations to go through that, or through gaming or through simulations, putting them into those exercises. But it is still something which needs to have a much more higher place than, I would say, just the technical side of it. I was just overhearing the conversation from the previous panel, and somebody said that in one of the companies, even if you have the best of the minds, they will still look at the attitude over anything else, and that is the real make or break thing, according to me.
So hiring during profitable market and firing when markets are down, it does impact the society. Everyone would believe with that. Do you feel that organizations should look at larger picture as social responsibility and hire in a sustainable proportion? To you, Yuvratra.
What do you mean by that? In case the business needs people to be working with organizations for some point of time, suppose you are constructing a house. When you are digging a foundation, you will definitely deploy more people. And if you want to build a house, which is normally take 2.5 years, in 1 year, you'll deploy more people. And then what will happen is, over a period of time, if people are not needed, they'll be really moved out and your numbers will come down.
Right.
Try to understand, the workforce today is not something which is starving for employment, at least the type of people who are getting really laid off, so to say, in that term, right? People who are they are moving jobs, and they have, and we know that when people are coming to the organization, they're working 1.5, 2 years, as Dheeraj is also mentioning. Normal tenuity in tech and product world has become around 1.5 to 2 years. You don't even know when to promote people. Should you start promoting people after a quarter or 6 months or 9 months? How should you really look at the career growth? So I think The whole game has changed when it comes to talent and productivity, measurement of that, and how you are creating an impact. It's absolutely fine that if organization is scaling up, it has more number of people, and when it has reached to a scale, it needs to optimize its resources. There are some people who have moved out. There are some people who are also moving out to different organizations. We can call it as a layoff, but I would not say that these people are getting fired and they are on the streets. In 99% of the cases, these guys will get another job. Perhaps it will be better than that. When during COVID, many organizations, when they started talking to employees, and they said, okay, fine, now you're redundant. You need to move out because the business has come down. Believe you me, I also know people who said that rather than you asking me to resign, I'll be happy if you give me a letter which says that I'm being terminated because of no jobs available in the organization, because I consider that as no stigma. Because the fact is that there's a reason. I don't want to really get into creating stories about my not having a job. I'm okay to really take a letter which says that I'm redundant and I need to move to a different job. So I think that overall talent landscape, organizations' ways of working has changed. Look at from the other side. I have worked with Pepsi, I have worked with Asian Paints for 9 years. Sandeep has worked with many organizations wherein pride of being in an organization used to be very, very different. People used to really relish and wear it on their sleeves that they represent so-and-so organization. And I'm sure that those organizations are still there and there are still certain set of people who believe in that. But I think that shift has happened wherein people are evolving. Candidates, as Dheeraj was saying, people are looking for an organization where they can really work. It's not organizations who are looking for them, candidates or the employees. It's at a very different level. So I think it has become transactional to a great extent, and both parties are creating value for each other. And there's no love loss and there's no remorse also in the process of really people either moving out or not, because it's a question of creating an impact. Yeah.
While you actually make sense into what you're saying and you're actually proving your point, but there are also a set of employees who are feeling apprehensive now moving on to next organization as well, that if the employer is expecting loyalty, okay, what about the loyalty that they're expecting from the employer? Because overnight they think that now that we have to cut costs, so then now we have to reduce the workforce. And now equally there is a pressure onto employee side as well, wherein they feel, what if I move to another organization and I fail again?
So see, it's a vicious cycle. Let me give you an example. And I'm not advocating that overnight layoffs should not happen. I'm not taking a position and stand here. Do you know that in last 1.5 years, offer dropouts had been to the tune of 70% in the organizations? You make an offer to 10 people, 7 people will not turn out, and most of these will not come and join within 3 to 6 days of the joining period. Imagine the amount of chaos it is creating in the industry. When you have a great resignation, you have 30-40% people really moving out. Everybody has 4 or 5 jobs. And at the same point of time, you have 70%. So you're burning the candle from both sides. And overall system is, I'm saying that it's evolving. Relationships are becoming transactional. And it is to a great extent in light with the organization where you are working. In Make My Trip, I think that we have faced this. We are having these issues. But at the same time, it's important for the organizations to keep their head down, not get swayed by these, initial short-term blips or the troughs in the processes. Perhaps that's the way to sustain. In 2014, when I joined Make My Trip, new startups had started going to Silicon Valley. They started hiring people in $1 million, right? People went to IIT Delhi's and they started giving salary which were absolutely astronomical, because at that point of time, money was there in the market. Organizations who wouldn't have really had matured and sustainable way of working, they would have also followed the race. In our case, it's don't worry, anything which goes up has to come down. You need to run the organization with a stable head and a sustainable practices. These things will happen for a period of time and things will come back in control. And that is what is happening. 6 months down the line, you will see things will improve. That's how it will be. Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing which is very important, what Raj is saying, the mindset of organization will also change. As he's saying, there is no stigma if somebody is not working for 3 months, 6 months. As an organization, I also have no problem if somebody is not working from last 6 months. Initially, 5 years back, we used to check, oh, there is a gap in an employment.
Right.
Now nobody checks there is a gap. They welcome it because if you can join, come immediately, right? That's the most important thing, because we know there is an offer dropout of 70%. Somebody is not working. we have a very high chance that person can join tomorrow. And somebody who
We have stopped looking at how many jobs in 10 years. While at the heart of it as a HR professional, you feel bad about it and you see that you are changing. Earlier, you used to look at seniority. Now you say 10 years, the fellow has really changed 6 jobs or 5 jobs. But you have stories backed up for all those changes. Perhaps you are still open to listen to. So a bit of change is happening and we should be cognizant of it. In fact, in terms of evolving hiring practices, what you're saying, I keep telling people at the campus, day zero differentiation happens. Right from the day you enter the campus and you are passing out, and I'm sure that all the students will know here, day zero, certain companies will come and pay a salary which will be at least 2x more than what it will come on 4 days. Over a period, this word is very, very, difficult. I think it's very important to really realize the reality and figure out what you are good at, look at the right job, keep your head down and work for a longer period in the organization. If you feel that you are not learning, perhaps move out and do something else. But this is for the 10%, 20% of the top students, right? And it's important for people to build profiles like that. That's how it will be. No, pay for person is the way it is happening. When we go and hire, few years back, we used to say, okay, fine, I am Ahmedabad 2015 batch or 2005 batch. I think I need to put a fellow in parity with people who are there in the system at the same level. Now it's no more. We are looking at people who will bring value and will pay people perhaps double than what the similar batch profile person will be in the organization, because that's the pay for person. So the whole ecosystem is changing, process of hiring is changing, compare ratio, all these Mercer surveys and all are, I should not say Mercer survey, but I'm saying that all the surveys on the compensation needs to be looked at far deeper, that are they really making any sense to us or not?
No, actually, they should be laying in more emphasis on facts as well. Amit sir, if you would like to take key takeaways from you from this session, what would that be?
Key takeaways from this session. That's pretty interesting.
Exactly, because if we have to sum it up, if we have to jot down few pointers, and in the name of evolving practices, if we need to make out new pointers that, these are the things or these are the new aspects that we'll have to lay emphasis on. So what would that be?
So from a hiring practices standpoint, I think, first of all, I just mentioned the earlier one, we need to have people who have the right attitude and the learning agility. I think those are the two critical things we all look at while hiring, and people who can work collaboratively. See, one of the things which happens is that in institutions, especially I'm looking at the management, since it's a management education is one of the key backdrops in which this is happening. We are all trained or geared up to be individually brilliant. In the class you need to top, in the projects you need to top. We really don't teach collaboration much, and that becomes one of the key concerning factors when people start coming to the organization. So one of the key aspects when you look at it on the softer skill side is agility and ability to collaborate, work with others rather than work individually. That's one big piece which I would say.
Basically, not work in silos is what you're saying.
Exactly. The second piece which is also changing is also the inclusion of a different kind of workforce. It's not just happening now around women, which was generally talked about, the gender diversity about hiring. But now organizations are making conscious efforts to hire people from LGBTQ community, people who are from who have different abilities. All of that, that's becoming another big talent pool which we are looking at organizations, and those things are fundamentally changing over there. And the final piece which I would say is that when we look at the hiring practices all across, I would have a bit of a disagreement with some of the panel members here, in terms of the hire and fire approach. Because generally, when we look at the long-term engagement of the people, I don't think so that really works. If you really make an employment a very, very transactional activity between an employer and an employee, then we really lose that additional effort which that employee is going to make. Then everything is about, you pay me this much, I'm paying you for 5 hours or 8 hours that I'm working, and then it's gone. If we are simply making it that, I don't think so with the organizations that will be able to really leverage the full potential of the employee. So if you really have to really look at the larger employer-employee relationship, it has to go much beyond a transactional piece of I pay you and you are delivering. We need to get into a zone where somebody is making that additional effort, additional discretionary effort, as we say, towards the larger purpose of the organization, and the organization also has to equally reward and appreciate. That's how I would say that.
Thank you so much, Amit sir. Sandeep sir, do you have anything to add to it?
No, look, I think it's an interesting debate, discussion, and especially for the kids who are sitting here, we're just kind of, getting into the professional world. This may be my own view and opinion, may not be DCM Shriram's view, because I think DCM Shriram believes in, kind of creating an institution and a lot of connect with people. But my own view is, see, if you're looking at permanent jobs for years and not be under the threat of being fired or retrenched in case if there's no job, तो आप बनारस चले जाइए, क्योंकि professional world में तो होगा नहीं. So I think go and take some other sabbatical somewhere. If you are living in a capitalist world, you got to work within the realms of capitalism. That is how life is. Companies make money, they'll pay you salary. You produce, companies make money. So it's like a circle. Let's not fool ourselves. There's no place for PSUs. I mean, I'm not for a minute also saying PSUs are not good, but that's how it is. Yeah.
In fact, just on one hand, we talk about moonlighting, right? On the other hand, we talk about gig working starting supported by labor code. On third hand, we also look at offer dropouts. And then we also talk about loyalty, strategic hiring, sustainable practices. I would urge some of the professors who are there to really work on a research paper which should say that how to build a career in the current changing environment, and see it from the lens of 10 years back, that 10 years down the line, how the student should really build a career in this prevailing situation. That's how it will really work.
There should be actually some study onto it, wherein students can also look up to it and refer to it, and also bring in this concept of upskilling, because that's actually the need of the hour. And would really like to add that in all the research papers and the HR expert columns that we've also read, upskilling is actually the new term or the new gig when it comes to hiring, because organizations are looking at that exceptional skill set that, which will fill in the gap of 2 or 3 people that they're fired from their respective organizations for each segment. Anything to add to it?
The only thing which is this new word called upskilling. Earlier it was learning and development.
Right.
Now it is upskilling. Earlier, the learning and development was mostly for a junior techies people, but with the help of this upskilling, you can push senior leaders as well to, they can learn new things as well. But this is a good concept, and I'll not take much of the time. I know we are holding you guys lunch, so thank you. Yeah.
But then thank you so much for being an exceptional audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such an insightful session indeed. I would request our panelists to kindly stay back. And I would like to invite Professor S.V. Ramana Rao, Director, Siva Sivani Institute of Management, to kindly join us here on stage to felicitate the mementos. A hearty welcome to Professor Rao. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in. I would request Professor Rao to kindly do the honors of felicitating our panelists here with. Thank you so much for your precious time here today, and kindly please accept this token of respect from our end. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause? Well, this brings us to the end of the first segment of our event here today, and we will now be taking a break for lunch. So it's a networking lunch. Do enjoy the ambience, the food, and the company, of course. And don't forget to join us back in 40 to 45 minutes for the next segment of our event here with. Thank you so much. Kind attention to all the dignitaries here. The lunch break is going to get over in another 10 minutes. So humble request to all the people who are still having their desserts. Kindly hurry up, get settled, get seated so we can proceed forward with the next segment of our event. Thank you so much. A humble request once again to all the dignitaries, kindly get settled and seated. Another 5 minutes left and we are going to start with our next session now. So I would request everybody at the back as well, Kindly hurry up. We are waiting for you. Thank you. Attention once again to all the dignitaries and guests present here. Thank you so much for your presence. We are going to officially start our next segment of the event. And for the panel discussion on the topic, inculcating diversity and inclusion in B schools, I would request the humble presence of our venerated panelists to kindly join us here on stage, starting with Professor Nagaranjan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar. Let's welcome Professor Ramamurthy with a round of applause, please, everybody. Next, I would like to call upon Professor S.V. Ramana Rao, Director, Siva Sivani Institute of Management. Welcome, sir. Please come forward. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Noor Firdaus Jahan, Professor and Head, Department of Marketing, RV, Institute of Management. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Manasa Nagabhushanam, Director, Academics Research and Administration, Ramaya Institute of Management. And the moderator for this session, Vasudha Mukherjee, Editorial Lead, BW Education. Also virtually joining us here with is well, that will be all. A hearty welcome once again to our venerated panelists and our moderator for the session. I would request the moderator to kindly take a lead on the same. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. It's always difficult to be the first session after lunch.
Just 1 second. Another of our eminent panelists is here on board with us. I would request his humble presence as well on the stage. Nasir Sheikh, Group CEO, the Lexicon Group of Institutes, Multifit and EduCurric. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause. Everybody, hands up in the air. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today.
Thank you, and thank you all my panelists. I hope you guys had a nice lunch and are ready to get into this topic that, is we always talk about diversity and inclusion being incredibly important. But despite this, we are still seeing there's still so many more steps to be taken. Every time you think you have, included a certain group that is being ignored, there's another group coming up and saying that, maybe we have not been, in the focus too much. And as, teaching is already evolving. So every time you're bringing a new group, it's almost like you're always playing a game of catch up. And it can be so very difficult for education institutes who carry this responsibility to kind of bring people together and make sure that everyone has a leveling playing field. So just to start this discussion, I would like to hear from all of you individually some short opening remarks on the matter of diversity and inclusion, maybe something that you have implemented in your own institute, observations you have made, and any remarks you want to make and then, of course, comment on anything someone else has to say. But perhaps we can start with Mr. Nazir Sheikh, last one on the stage, first one to speak.
Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you to Business World for organizing this panel, and a warm welcome to all the panelists out here. So when you look at the panel itself, you've got diversity sitting out here, which is good, that you've got a good combination of men, women on the panel. Normally you end up having a diversity conversation where one gender kind of is dominating a panel. So when it comes to diversity and inclusion, there is one more aspect which is very critical to it, which is equity. A lot of companies, a lot of organizations are so focused only on D&I as a number game that they also forget that how do you kind of take that forward, and how do you bring equity in play, that is giving everybody an opportunity where they're able to play together. So there has to be a conscious effort in terms of recruitment, in terms of the people that you bring in, and sensitizing people on the importance of DE&I as we move forward. So these are just opening thoughts, and as we get in, we can discuss more.
No, I think you make a very valid point, numbers games, and that's something we also hear the most about. It's easiest thing to kind of put in front when you are talking about diversity, right? Say, 50% women, 30% disabled, differently able people. But of course, there are more nuances to that conversation. Like, I would like to now bring in Dr. Nagabhushanam to the conversation. If I can ask you the same thing, could you just share some of your observations regarding diversity and inclusion, or some things, actions that you have taken in your institute?
Actually, I'm extremely happy that this conclave has touched on DE&I, because in most of the conclaves, we take up several of the topics, but this is not touched in the B schools. Corporates, as Sheikh said, it's already there. And then there are policies in the corporates with respect to DE&I. See, whenever something is not there, like for example, if you see the Shanti mantra, so we end up in saying Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. That means we aspire to have that Shanti. So when DEI is really not there, then we aspire really to have this kind of diversity, equity, and inclusion in institutions. But superficially, it appears that everything is very fine. But if you go deep in organizations, deep into the minds of people, then you will realize that you are really not an inclusive organization. So what needs to be done is that, so right from awareness to action, so creating a sort of awareness in the minds of the people, because today it is necessary that we need to talk about this and take it forward. Otherwise, it will be subtle and it will be brushed under the carpet. So instead of that, we need to raise this, and hence we have created a DEI policy, and we have collaborated with one organization called as Avatar. Avatar is also a DEI organization. We have collaborated with them. We have created a policy, and what we are trying to do is that right from your logo, right from your promo lines, right from your emails, the tone of the email. So whatever we are doing with respect to the timings of the institution, with respect to allowing students to the class. So here there is a need for understanding each and every individual, whether it is a student, whether it's a faculty, whether it's an employee or any other stakeholder of the institution. We need to look from the DEI angle. So this is actually missing, and at Ramaya Institute of Management, we are making conscious efforts to see that there is an inclusive approach. And like, for example, even the logos, we need to, for example, this logo, the future of management education. The first thing which came to my mind was that how this could be made more inclusive. Okay, so this kind of an approach, it is not only about gender, it is not only about the social classes, but there are several of these areas which are not touched even the mental models are there, taboos are there. So these have to be broken to bring a very inclusive kind of an environment in the organization. This is what we are trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And, we are always open to feedback, as all of us should be when we're dealing with, such, they're called sensitive issues, but it really should be normal topics of conversation. Now, I would like to bring in, Professor Ramamurthy, as we are sharing a mic right now. Can you please, your entry comments?
I think to me, the issue of diversity is more about integration as opposed to the numbers game, that most of them actually play. Whenever I report to government and other agencies, how many, I said, why are we dividing the society, segmenting the society? I think that is a big problem personally to me. In terms of gender, in terms of economic classes, in terms of, so when we do this, being a autonomous body under the government of India, like we have to have this reservation for everything. So I said, what is it? So in a sense, it is being forced on us to play the numbers game, which is a major issue. To me, diversity is about level playing field for everyone, equal opportunity for everyone, fair treatment of everyone. In fact, when I drafted I didn't give it to anybody else. So it was done internally when we drafted our diversity policy and harassment policy. It is much broader. I mean, although it was done for POSH Act, I made intentionally that it is much broader than the POSH Act. It covers LGBT, it covers about gender, about the caste, creed, religion, right? So it is one thing to have the policy. I think the other thing is to also ensure that the policy is implemented. And what should I say, that it is perceived by people, that this is a fair place to work. Okay. In the process, I have no problem in sharing that I have gotten rid of some senior administrators and faculty members when they engage in some sort of anti-diversity activity or creating or vitiating the environment. I terminated the contract. I said, here's a door for you. I didn't do it straight away. I said a couple of times I cautioned them. When it continued, I said, enough is enough. I think now I believe the message has gone very clearly. I mean, I do actually talk to people. And in fact, they come and tell me that, we want you to continue for 5 more years because we have a very fair work environment here. I think the basic thing I believe, whether students or whoever it is that we all come to the workplace to earn a livelihood for ourselves and our families. And we have aspirations and career aspirations, personal development. I think those should never be hindered. And in fact, we should encourage that in the process. And even in my senior administrators, like heads of the department, selection committees, I consciously personally review the committee and then make sure that it is diverse so that nobody feels left out. I think that is what I would call as an inclusiveness, is that nobody should feel left out, or where somebody cannot go and talk to anybody. I mean, whether it's a peon in my office or officers, any of them can just knock on my door and come and talk to me, right, with any concerns that they have. I do accept that we still have a longer way to go, right? I mean, I cannot be sitting in the office policing or monitoring single thing that happens on the campus. But whenever things come to my attention, those are dealt with, I mean, they are taken very seriously and acted upon so that no one feels left out.
No, absolutely. It's a shared responsibility, and if everyone follows it, that's the only way we can move forward. And thank you for sharing those concerns. You also have, one more point.
I just forgot to mention this. When I drafted the policy, I also made that if anybody becomes aware of a harassment or bad behavior by anybody and failing to report, also can invite disciplinary action. Okay. So you just cannot say that, no, like it is for them to find out. I think it is equally your responsibility to come and tell me, that this is happening in the organization and what are you doing about it? I think I would like to know that from the employees and students.
Yes, of course, speaking out when something bad happens is very, very important. I think that's not just for diversity and inclusion. I think we can say that from across the board for every sector, every situation. Professor Jahan, I would like to invite you into the conversation now. Please tell us your inputs. Yeah, yes. Sorry, Dr. Jahan. My apologies.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone present here. First of all, at the outset, let me thank Business World for this opportunity where all the management institute directors are here sharing their experience and trying to bring a lot of changes in management education. And this topic, inculcating diversity and inclusion in B school, is very prominent because it is not just diversity and inclusion, it is three dimension: diversity, equity and inclusion, which is expanding like anything from past few years, not only in academic institutions but also in corporate sector, and everyone is trying to work on this. But what exactly is happening here, why it is important? It is more important in B school because B schools are educating students, those who are going to enter the global global talent, who are going to become the future leaders. And the future leaders is full of managing the diversity. So if we are not inculcating how to manage diversity in them, how they will be able to manage? That is why the more responsibility is on B schools. That is one thing. And the next thing, what I feel is the B school is or also need to play a very pivotal role in the movement of an economy towards a very equity, which is having a just and inclusiveness. But at present, what is happening is diversity happens by chance. It is a number game as per the requirement of the accreditation, as per the requirement of various norms. You need to have people from across parts of the country and across gender. So it is so the number is getting fulfilled. But how are they feeling? Are we whether they are inclusive? Whether their inclusiveness is, they should feel happy. They should get the sense of belongingness, and they should feel that their voice is heard. They are respected. They are not discriminated. Are they feeling that? So that is where the B schools have to work. Correct. So in our school, what we are doing basically is we have students from marginalized population, and we have some students who are especially able. The first thing what we do is we try to treat them on par with the normal students so that there should not be any discrimination. Same classroom, same teachers, same setup, they'll be learning the course, so they never feel they are different. So that is how we are trying to use the inclusivity in the institute. So that is what we believe we should be doing it. And every year we have some two or three students who will be like that, and they are being taken care. And to bring up the gender diversity and to bring up the regional diversity, we ensure that we have DEI clubs which are established in our institute, which conduct a lot of programs to inform, to discuss about the various cultural activities, how different it is, because the awareness about the diversity is very important. So these clubs take up those activities. And here we have teachers as well as students as a representative, those are driving this. Correct. And right from the orientation, till students are there with us every time. This is something which we take care, and we ensure that the students not only learns about it, but they adopt to it and they practice it, and they are going to carry this in their corporate world. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you said it really well. Diversity is already there. Inclusion becomes the important part within the institute, at least for students, for faculty, for staff members, all parties involved. Professor Rao, I would like to bring you in now. You've heard what all of our other panelists have had to say on it. What are your comments on this? What are your observations?
Good evening to one and all. I totally agree with my panel members because diversity is the thing that every school need to maintain, because each school has got the responsibility of preparing the students for the corporate world. And when the corporates are talking about sustainable development and inclusiveness, and the institutes are the feeder points for the organizations, thereby we need to sensitize the students who are undergoing the management program about diversity, equity, and the inclusiveness. Especially schools, all schools must be having the cultural clubs and the DEI clubs and all. Basically, these clubs will provide a platform for students to respect the culture of the other states and also the practices and the traditions that the each state or the each individual is having. Right from the college or the institute itself, if they are aware of, they are sensitized, hopefully the same culture can be replicated once they join in the organization. Thereby, the problem of discrimination or either, ill treatment, these things can be avoided. And certain biases that are there can be eliminated in the entire process. So I strongly feel that, yes, business schools have got a greater responsibility to take care of these DEI aspects of it.
Absolutely. I would like to come back to Mr. Sheikh on this now. Everyone has spoken about how for corporates, this diversity and inclusion and these markers are very, very important. And as B schools work so closely with the industry, it can be difficult, I imagine, to balance that diversity inclusion, but also preparing students for a very specific kind of set of skills that will get them the kind of jobs, careers that they're looking for. How do you meet this challenge?
So honestly, it's not very difficult because I think this is a lifestyle mindset that we need to kind of inculcate into the citizens of today and tomorrow. So at Lexicon, this process starts very early. Forget B schools, which is Lexicon Mile. We started with our children when they're in school itself. Where you're very, very careful in terms of the verbiage that is utilized in terms of conversations that a teacher has with the students. When children are speaking to each other, very careful that, we don't make any loose comments, because this is what children pick up very, very easily and very quickly. I'll give you another example that what we do at Lexicon, like our students in the undergrad and our B schools learn Indian Sign Language, means they have a 30-hour certification that kind of makes them know that. So for example, if they are in a situation where there is a communication required with somebody who is impaired in terms of a hearing impairment or a speech impairment, they're equipped to take a conversation forward. Similarly with Braille, right? So our B school students at Lexicon Mile are getting equipped to understand not only every need that is there in the corporate community today, but we also encourage them to be entrepreneurs. When you are doing that, it's very important that you have a value system in a company that you are starting off, and hence diversity and inclusion and equity play a big role in that. And if we are able to make that a regular mindset versus something that we are teaching, what it does is we've got better citizens coming out. You've got citizens who will define our country in the way that we want, which sits down with our thing. We're talking about it with the whole presidency at G20, right? One world, one community. And that's what you want out there. And that's what you want to kind of encourage and inculcate and promote and drive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Jahan, you mentioned that you have so many different clubs and initiatives already in place. What kind of feedback have you received from students on this? And what has it taught you about the way sensitization is kind of done at universities and institutes?
Yeah. Students, they are also happy about it. Like they are getting an opportunity to learn about different cultures. They're getting an opportunity to understand each other and how to bring the unity among all the differences what they have, and a lot of learning is happening. So students are very happy about it, and we just started the club, but more activities are added by students. They just come back and say, this is something which has to be taken care. Okay, this is something where college can play a role or institution can play a role, or maybe the student can add value. So that kind of feedback students are giving. And not only that, we also have corporate interaction with the students. The student asks for having some interaction on DE about the corporate and checking what practices the business firms are following in order to have DA in their organization, and trying to learn from them and incorporate. So overall, students feel it is something what they have to adopt a need of the day. A lot of interest they are feeling in it. That is why we are trying to add this as a part of curriculum. So whatever the case studies we are discussing, or what about the topics we are discussing, we are trying to bring in the different cultures and the different aspects of diversity and inclusion, and how it can be engaged, how creativity and innovation can be achieved through these 3H weapons. So what exactly has to be done? So students are very happy about it, and a lot of activities are initiated by them, and they really feel that, yes, they should become part of this.
I can imagine that really adds to their confidence also, which is very important when you are going about creating a professional career for yourself.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Rao, I want to ask you this too. When you're working with corporates, because you mentioned corporates obviously are a big part of this, is there a need to have a dialogue with them too, like between university and the corporates about this diversity and inclusion, so they can kind of understand what you are bringing to the table, which so that the onus doesn't completely fall on the individual students to kind of prove their own worth, which is difficult to do when all you are doing is one interview or two interviews.
Definitely, there must be a connect with the corporate and a dialogue must be opened up, and we should inform them the kind of diversity in terms of the students that we have in the campuses. Sometimes, the organization do accept, because when they are very keen on taking the students of, different gender. So at that time, yes, they will specifically say, I need this kind of, students, the male or the female kind of a ratio will come into the picture. In all other cases, they normally come and see the students' merit, and based on that, the employment would happen. But by and large, when the organizations are looking for the diversity in their own organizations, they definitely see the gender is the one aspect, and the other one is the region wise, they try to take the students. So thereby, they can maintain their gender parity as per the corporate norms. So definitely institute should, have a dialogue. And in fact, the organizations would ask the profile of the students, and wherein all the details are being mentioned, and through that they go with their own selection process.
No, it's absolutely, and so that you can also sort of like, yes, play into the numbers game, but also make sure that student aspirations are being met, their skills are being utilized.
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Nagabhushan, I would like to bring you into this too now, because we talked a lot about students, but faculty sensitization is also really important. It's not just one player. We have to make sure everyone is sort of on the same page. What steps have you taken in the institute to ensure this?
Yeah, as you said, faculty is one link that really can bring this kind of an inclusiveness in the institution. We conduct sensitization programs, even mentoring, when we ask faculty to mentor. So we do sensitization programs for faculty, and then make them understand. It's not about just putting some pressure on the faculty and trying to tell them that you have to follow these things. So it's not about that. So we need to sensitize. We'll have to make them understand how to be neutral in their talk when they address the students, because there is a tendency for the faculty to be just top down, like give advice to the students. So we fail to understand the needs of the students at that point in time. So sensitization plays a very important role, a key role. And we have been conducting several of these programs for the faculty, so that first we'll have to address the faculty, and then only if we address this link, then the students can really benefit out of the whole process as to what we are imagining about an organization with 100% inclusive approach. So this we have been conducting several programs, and then we have people coming from different organizations and coming and speaking to our faculty about this, and a regular mentoring program for the faculty. This is also one thing. We have 2 psychologists on campus, and they are also one-on-one. We are addressing the faculty as to how to handle situations with the students, because we always, when there is a problem, we always tend to give some solution. So solution is not the final thing. Faculty cannot work on giving some prescriptions to the students rather than understanding the situation, understanding the needs and being neutral and trying to use a language which is more friendly, more inclusive and more required in that particular situation.
I can imagine that can be difficult sometimes, especially with people who have been doing this job for a long time to like come in and be like, we need you to change how you speak and communicate.
In almost in the entire education sector itself, we have been used to this top-down approach. So even in the classrooms, even when we are discussing with students one-on-one, so we have a top-down approach which we have been following. I think that reversal has to happen, that bottom-up approach has to be followed. In a teacher-student relationship, we have to put student as a priority. We have to understand the outcomes, why the student is here, what are his needs, his or her needs, and how that has to be addressed. So this kind of a empathy, okay? So I don't know if you have heard of this Empathy Institute. There is an Empathy Institute wherein they try and teach people as to how to become more empathetical, right? So putting yourself in the shoes of others. So we consider them with thirst on people as to whatever is our idea, but always listening to their problems, their ideas, and trying to have a neutral approach is very, very critical. It's a difficult task, but it takes time. So I can say that we have achieved to the extent of some 50 to 60%. So 100% achievement is not possible overnight, because some engravings in the mind, would have happened in the faculty also. Slowly, one step after the other, we can take and change the minds of the faculty also in this direction.
Yeah, it's part of the continuous learning, ongoing learning that everyone keeps talking about. Professor Ramamurthy, I'm going to give you the last word in this panel. You spoke a lot about, all the different kinds of, ways we have to be inclusive. You have the gender, of course, orientation, age, physical ability, caste, creed, the list goes on. Is there a way for us to be diverse, be inclusive without putting people into boxes like you spoke about earlier?
See, it's easier said than done. Okay, I think sometimes, let me also give you another perspective that, I spent the last 30 years in the US, my first 30 years in India. So when I went there, things were completely different for me. But I think the 30 years, something has gotten into me. I don't see anybody as a male or female or as a minority or, the Christian or any such thing, that I treat everybody as equal. Sometimes I do find it difficult in Indian context, like even after coming back, although we have made a lot of progress, that, we tend to create these artificial boxes. That's why I said, like, after creating these artificial boxes and then trying to integrate them, right, becomes a little bit more challenging. In many cases, I think the message, it's not just like, you do a past training because the law requires you to do it. I think in almost every academic council meetings, in personal interaction with people, I keep sending this message to everyone, that we have to treat everybody with respect and dignity in the workplace, and non-discrimination, fair opportunity. So that message keeps going back and forth. I think the other thing that I have seen in the past 2 or 3 years here is that, it is our ability to separate the interpersonal issues from diversity issues. To me, these two are two different things. Like, for example, if a male and female faculty members don't get along, we have a tendency to make that as a gender issue. So what do you do if two female faculty members are not getting along well with each other? So obviously it's not a gender issue. Or when someone comes and says, oh, if so-and-so is going to be the program director, I don't want to be part of it. Okay? This comes from both male and female faculty members. So then I have to really focus on the person and then say, like, look, whatever you're doing, either your behavior or your attitude, there is something that people don't like to work with you, therefore you need to change that. So it is quite a complex phenomenon, I would say, that the other alternative sometimes is like, people tend to make something, a mountain out of a mole. And then, so-and-so like, said something, I mean, I can tell you that sometimes not consciously, but subconsciously, I have done that mistake. I'm not going to deny that. It's not with the intention to discriminate or anything. That when I see that somebody is formally dressed, I ask, oh, is there any event going on in the institute? Because not every, in IIMs, almost like, there's so many activities, so many interviews, panels come, like, conclaves. So I'm not there for each and every one of them. Okay, most of the time they are done. If I am there, I get invited. So, okay, if I'm free, I go. Okay. So I didn't want, I mean, immediately I apologize saying that, look, this is not what I meant. I'm just curious, like something I should have known, but I am not aware of. Okay. I think that is the most important thing, that our ability to separate the interpersonal issues from diversity issues. The numbers will be there for some more years until such time, we have really reached that there's a mental attitude and maturity that, it's a fairly integrated society. That's
Absolutely.
when it
And being able to take that criticism and to learn from it and take that feedback. Mr. Sheikh, you've heard what all your co-panelists have had to say. Would you like to add anything to some of their comments?
One of the elements that we've just touched upon is the unconscious bias. Whilst we are very aware a lot of times of things that we should do, not do, and we kind of talk about it, but our brain is wired in a certain way from childhood, and that kind of applies for everybody, right? With all that we want to kind of do in the DEI space, there's a certain amount of rewiring that is required, which means that a little bit of elimination of the unconscious bias that has kind of sat in. You hear this comment so loosely so many times when you're driving, that lady drivers are bad. Now imagine that, right? You're sitting in the car, you've got a child sitting at the back of it, and he's heard one of the parents saying that. Now that's sat in his mind or her mind for life. Now, unless that rewiring happens, that unconscious bias, whenever he or she sees a lady driver, will always sit there. So similarly, on every other element that we do, we have to be very careful with that. How are we lining up children in school? Are we saying shortest to tallest? Or what are we saying? Are we saying just get in a line? So these are elements that we need to do, and a clear focus on rewiring is required. And if we are able to do that, we'll definitely see change. Are we changing? Yes. Is it fast enough? No. And can we be faster? Yes. So we have to just make that push from all our ends at this moment of time.
Absolutely. Changing the way we speak, which is something that has been brought up also, changing the way we communicate and not falling into those biases, or at least recognizing it when we do, being able to take that criticism. And it's an ongoing thing, as many have mentioned. Professor Rao, would you like to make any final comments?
Yeah, I would appeal that everybody should have a change in the mindset. A mindset change is required, and then everybody should think from a broader perspective so that the inclusiveness can be taken up very easily. Thank you.
Dr. Jahan, what about you? Any comments you would like to add from based on what your co-panelists have said?
Yes. Now, by 2045, it is likely that we are going to have a concept of majority minority. So, wherein all of us, all corporate sector, business school, everyone should be able to manage and learn and work with the group, which is going to be majority, is going to be the minority. So that is why we have to inculcate this culture right from now, correct? And B school have to play a very important role and try to work towards creating a better, the world should be created in a better place for everyone to live. Correct, without any discrimination and without any difference, treating everyone as one and giving them the freedom to speak and adding values in their work and thereby increasing the creativity, innovation, because this will also help us to understand the customers better, employees better, and even the employee retention. will increase in the organization if we go ahead. And our B school graduates are going to be entering the corporate leaders. They are going to become the change makers and set the DI agenda for the future. So that is why inculcating this plays a very important role, and it should continue in a large scale. Then we can have truly a world will have a better place for marginalized people to live in.
Thank you so much. Dr. Nagabhushanam, your closing comments.
Yeah, my closing comments are, as Sir said, unconscious bias has to be brought to the conscious level so that people understand about this. For this, we cannot go with a mass approach. Like we cannot bring DEI through lectures. Okay, it is more so to do with one-on-one and trying to change people. And if you build a confidence, if you build that kind of a confidence with every individual that you are dealing with. So every faculty deals with students on a one-on-one basis and tries to eliminate this kind of bias that is there in the minds will be very, very useful. And we need to be more proactive rather than reactive to situations. And it is not about corrections that we do. It is about the measures that we take to counter that is to see that a proper pathway is set in your institution. Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Ramamurthy, your final comments and any advice for people struggling to implement their policies on DNI?
See, I would only advise that, we have created a system, not just here, around the world, to bring the underprivileged, right? Give them extra opportunities and all that. We should not go overboard where it creates a different kind of system where, the so-called majority feel that now they are being discriminated against. See, that also will create a negative sour feeling, right, in the society, in organizations. What it means is that, then we will never be able to achieve integration, because then it becomes a continuous battle, like, the preferential treatment and so on and so forth. That is why I would always emphasize that, integration should take place, not necessarily the numbers game. Okay, once the cultural change has taken place in the organization, where diversity is more a way of life, as opposed to something that we have to consciously target or achieve. I think that probably is the state of affairs I would like to see in B schools, in organizations everywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights on this. I hope everyone has learned something from it and has something to take away. I think we can take one question from the audience. Yes, please go ahead.
What kind of dynamics play out in these two posters? But in posters where students from such diverse backgrounds come, and maybe those might be unregulated, faculty intervention might not be there. Any experience in terms of hostel living? And also the second question is social media. While students are there, they would have formed groups, so insidious biases might creep in. So any kind of formal policy of B schools to observe those groups so that it's nipped in the bud?
Probably I can answer that question. Yes. First of all, in the hostels, I mean, I know that how many of you are working for a government institution here? I don't see too many hands. So we get all these parliamentary questions. Do you have a separate hostel for SC, ST students? Do you have this? So in IIMs, we don't have that. Okay, we consciously don't have any separate hostel for anybody. Although for boys and girls, we do. Okay, but in spite of that, I think in the past 3.5 years, I've had about 2 or 3 cases where a girl student formally complained against some boy students, like, where certain things were posted on social media and all that. And we have a disciplinary committee of the hostel. There are 2-3 levels. So there they investigate, they look at the social media posts and all that, and we take very serious, strict action against the student. Okay. For example, some of them we have said, like, they are banned from any type of club or participation, all that. Okay. So we do take that very seriously as far as the hostels are concerned. And we generally don't have, I mean, 1 or 2 cases will always be there when 600-700 students are living, right? 1 or 2 cases is not something that you can reach. Although ideally we want to reach that zero, it may not be practically possible, but we can take corrective actions on that. What was the second question you had? Yes, our policy, when I drafted it, I was very conscious about the social media issue, right? Any type of harassment that takes place on the social media also will invite disciplinary action, including expulsion from the institute. Okay. So
I think having 0 complaints might indicate a different set of problems, like you said. Having 0 explains. Yes, absolutely. I mean, but as long as people are coming out and speaking about the problems, that is the goal, because most people don't come out because they don't think anything is going to happen.
The biggest challenge is suppression, right? Means it's important that people come out and speak. See, one of the things with B schools is that you're dealing with adults. So you have to respect them as adults, and you have to give them their freedom and give them the responsibility and accountability as adults. More from a diversity and inclusion space, you need to ensure that if there is an issue, it is addressed, taken up seriously, and the right protocols and processes from grievance, disciplinary, or the POSH perspective are utilized and implemented. You do not take any conversation lightly, but be it in the digital space or the physical space, you have to allow them to be adults, and you have to make them remember that what you do in your personal time or your professional time, in this case, their studying time, is equally accountable. You cannot do something of personal time and say, oh, I did it when I was out and don't hold me accountable. That's interlinked. So that's something that once you put that into play, once you make the people understand that, the students understand that, the faculty understand that, then responsibility starts inculcating within. And once you're able to do that, I think you'll see success.
Just to add, I think, we also had a similar, very recent case 2 months ago. A girl complained about a boy student. So the student affairs chair asked me, like, should this go to the POSH committee? So I said, yes, technically we can take this to the POSH committee. There is a separate process for it. The best thing is to call the student and tell her that, if she wants, she is the one who has to take it, not us. So she was called and the student said, no, I don't want to take it. So let's leave it. See, I think sometimes when this also, I would request all of you that if you're a victim, please don't hesitate to speak up. Okay. And you have to see, it's like you can't make an allegation and then say, I cannot go. I don't want to go formally before the committee and say something. Right. As an HR person myself, unless I have something in writing, I cannot conduct an investigation unless you are able to go and then testify before the investigating officer that, this is what happened, right? No action can be taken. I think that is something that we must educate our people. Otherwise, what will happen that the aggressor tends to perpetuate it, okay? And then it keeps going on. Okay? And then they carry forward this from the hostel to the workplace, and from the workplace, when they become CEOs, that carries on right further. It may be better to nip it out in the bud, rather than allow it to grow into a full-blown tree when cutting it becomes too difficult.
Absolutely, really well said. Thank you so much. And it was, I must say, it was really good to hear about how proactive everyone is on situations like this, and how much how open you are to hear about it. And thank you for sharing that with us and the audience. And thank you, the audience, for asking your questions. I think it really added to the conversation here. And I'm sure we're going to be having more conversations about this, because as long as it's going on, as long as we keep talking, maybe we'll not get to the 0 mark, but maybe close enough. Okay. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, audience.
That was quite an interesting session indeed. I would request the panelists to kindly stay back on the stage. Furthermore, I would request the humble presence of Dr. Radha Devanur, Director and Registrar, SCMS Group of Educational Institutes, to kindly join us here on stage to felicitate our venerated panelist. Let's welcome ma'am with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much for coming in here today and enlightening us with your words of wisdom. Everybody, can we have a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you so much for coming in once again, and please accept this token of respect from our end. Everybody, can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. And I would request the panelists to stay back for a group picture with the mementos as well. Thank you. Thank you once again. We would be proceeding forward with one of the most important segments of our event herewith. But before that, I would request you all to please place your eyes onto the LED screen in front of you. We do have a few audio visuals that we would want you to have a look at. Can we please have the AV? Attention everyone, I would like to inform you all that we have the humble presence of Dr. Anurag Batra here with us, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, Founder, Exchange for Media. Can we have a round of applause for sir? Thank you so much. As I promised you all, we do have one of the most important segments of our event herewith, where we would be, well, let me not disclose it right away. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we have witnessed today, we move forward to the celebrations. I welcome you to the first edition of BW Top Education Brand Awards 2023. A humble apologies. This was yesterday's script that was handed over to me. होता है, सब कुछ होता है. Coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, now taking a break from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed yet again, we now move forward to change the gear and celebrate our editorial chosen winners for the BW Future of Management Education Awards 2023. Come on, that calls for a round of applause. Come on, hands up in the air. To kickstart the awards ceremony, may I call upon on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media, to address all of you. Can we welcome Dr. Batra with a round of applause? Come on.
Good evening. I just will keep it brief and short. This is the inaugural year of the awards. We gave the Dr. Preetham Singh Management, the best management school, B school director to Dr. Janat Shah yesterday. He had an engagement today, so we gave it to him. We have a video of that. If we can play it at some stage, I did a conversation. As I said, this is the inaugural year. We've not put a jury process, but we know the domain, and we've decided next year we'll launch the awards much in advance. We'll do the process of the jury nomination like we do with every award. So it's the first year. Some are very obvious ones. Some are people who've done great work but have not been recognized. So really, the winners that you see tonight are decided through a editorial selection process. Just want to say it is less than 8 awards. And hopefully from next year onwards, we will make it grander, bigger, and bring in more categories, bring in professors, bring in streams. Because in a B school, the director and the deans work, but there are a lot more. There are faculties specializing in their domains. There is the business and support staff. So B school has many dimensions. The director and the dean are one part of it. The faculty in every domain is a large part of it. So you'll see that in the next year's award. In March, we launch a website dedicated to B schools, as I said, which is B2C. So no one want to stand between the awardees and you. So we'll give the mic back to Chandni. You want to show the Janat Shah video? If you can, otherwise.
Well, moving forward, with a note of positivity, I hope you all have geared up for one of the most important segments of our event here today. When we think about awards, what comes in our mind? It's all about the hard work, the perseverance, and the efforts that all the winners have put in to achieve them. So a humble request to everybody here who's present, that the louder you clap, the harder you cheer, the more of your good wishes are going to reach to all the winners, and they will feel more motivated to work harder for the next award and tour. All right. So also, as the winners are coming in, while you're collecting your award, move towards the left side, click a picture, and then go back to your seats. I think we're all set and ready to take the lead forward on this. And I would request the humble presence of Dr. Anurag Batra to join us here to felicitate the awards. Can we give a round of applause to Dr. Batra one more time?
I would also request Dr. Bhimsen Mitra, who's the director of IIM Nagpur, to also join me. And, it feels lonely sometimes. I don't want to feel lonely.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in. Everybody, can we have a round of applause for the dignitaries here on stage? Moving forward to the first category of our award, which is the best use of digital technology. And the winner is, can we please have the AV?
winner is Manav Batra International Institute of Research and Studies. Lots of congratulations to them. I would be requesting the humble presence of Professor Dr. Lieutenant General R.K. Anand, Director General, Maharashtra International Institute of Research and Studies. A round of applause for sir. Congratulations indeed.
Congratulations, sir. Rise and shine indeed. Everybody, can we have a louder round of applause, please? Thank you so much. I would also request sir to kindly say a few words and share with us the 1,000 feelings that are going on in your mind with us here today.
Well, at the outset, thank you so much for giving this honor to Manav Rachna. Well, it's a long journey, actually. We've just begun.
Yes.
And as I was talking today, you know, in an academic environment, it's a learning process every day. And these days, especially, you're being driven by the students more than anybody else. So it's the young generation which actually drives you today. It's the young generation which is actually showing you the path. And it's their aspirations which are actually encouraging you every day to go on to new ventures. So thank you so much. This will definitely encourage the complete university team to work further with greater zeal.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again to you, sir. We also have one more winner in the same category. IIM Calcutta. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it. So still, congratulations to the entire team. Moving on to our next category here which is Emerging B School Award. And the winner is, can we please have the AV?
Congratulations to Ramaya Institute of Management. Let's welcome Dr. Manasa Nagabhushanam,
Director, Academics, Research and Administration, to come forward. The entire team is here. Can we have a round of applause for the ladies, sir? Come on, everybody. Hands up in the air. Congratulations. Please stay back. We would like you to share your feelings quickly with us. You know, all the feelings of excitement that's within. Can we please have the mic?
Good evening. Ramaya Group of Institutions is a age-old institution. It completed 60 years of its existence. And we are celebrating the centenary year of Ramaya, who is a Karma Yogi. And we have 29 institutions under the Ramaya brand. And Ramaya Institute of Management, it is a 30-year-old management institute, but today we are receiving as one of the Emerging Business School Award. So thank you so much, Business World, for giving this award to us. And we are trying to scale up and reach greater heights. And this award certainly will give that impetus and make us raise to the next level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was quite commendable indeed. Moving forward to our next winner in the same category for Emerging B School Awards. Can we please have the AV? And the winner for the Emerging B School Award goes to
Institute of Public Enterprises. I would request the humble presence of Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, to come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our end. Everybody, can we please have a round of applause?
Congratulations, sir. A few words quickly.
Sri Guru Pyo Namaha. Good evening, everyone. At the outset, we'd like to thank Business World for having this excellent conclave and covering various aspects of management education, and as part of that, giving recognition to the Institute of Public Enterprise. Thank you very much, sir. The institute was started in the year 1964, mainly to help the public sector enterprises in terms of the training, research, and consultancy. But over a period of time, we have gone into management education. Now we have 1,080 students on campus in a 22-acre campus, Shamirpet. The credit for this goes to our governing board and faculty, staff, students. We thank you very much, and we'd like to work more to get more such recognitions. Thank you once again.
Moving forward to our next award now. Our next award category is Best Distance Learning Institute. And let's see who the winner is going to be. Can we please have the EV?
The Best Distance Learning Institute winner award goes to Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad. Let's welcome Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, RMT Ghaziabad, here on stage.
Congratulations, sir. All right, so we have a representative from the team here. So we have Dr. Ashok Sharma. Yeah, we have Dr. Sharma here with us. And Dr. Sharma is the Dean of the Institute, and it is a thorough delight to have you here with us, sir. Congratulations. Rise and shine indeed. Just a few words quickly.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Business World for organizing this wonderful event where we are going to have this recognition of the quality of the education which is being done. Thank you, Anurag sir, for organizing this wonderful event. Like again, the Center for Distance Learning, like at IMT is 30 years old venture which is there. And we have made a mark across all the corporates where you name a company and we are going to have an alumni who is going to be there in that. We're proud to have an alumni base of more than 30,000 students who are there serving the corporate at different positions, and few of them at the most senior most level. So I thanks the entire Business World team for recognizing this achievement and having us here. Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And once again, a hearty congratulations. And I would also like to thank Dr. Bhimraj for coming in. Kindly get settled and seated. Moving forward to our next award now, which is the Best B School in Leadership Excellence. And let's find out who the winner is going to be. Can we please have the AV?
And the winner is Lexicon Management Institute of Leadership and Excellence. Loads and loads of congratulations to Nazir Sheikh Group CEO, Lexicon Group of Institutes, Multifit and EduTrack. Congratulations, sir. Please accept this token of appreciation from our end.
Mr. Sheikh, just a few words quickly, please share with us.
No, thank you. I think it's fantastic to get the recognition. And Anuragji, thank you for this, and to Ravi and the complete team at BWL. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Congratulations once again. Moving forward to our next award category, which is the Best International Immersion Award. Let's see who the winner is going to be. Can we please have the AV?
And the winner is SPGIMR. I would request the humble presence of Professor Rupal W. Sharma, Chairperson, PGPGM, Head Delhi Center.
Congratulations, ma'am. And quickly, I would request the wonderful lady here to share with us her insights and thoughts.
Thank you very much, Business World, for organizing this evening and a platform for all of us to discuss issues which are close to our heart. At SPJIMR, we believe that we are helping our participants, the learners at our institute, to become change agents and responsible leaders. And we believe in the power of non-classroom learning is as strong, if not stronger, than classroom learning. So immersive experiences and exposure to multiple and diverse stakeholders, we believe, is a very important part of the learning experiences. And this initiative is a step in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Moving forward to our last award category here today, the best B school in industrial training. And let's see who the winner is going to be. Can we please have the AV?
And the award for Best B School in Industrial Training goes to IIM Nagpur. Let's welcome Dr. Bhimlai Mithri, Director IIM Nagpur, to kindly come forward and accept this token of appreciation from our own. Everybody, can we have a louder round of applause? Come on, hands up in the air. Thank you so much. I would request, sir, to please share with us all the feelings that are, going through your mind right now.
Thank you very much for the Business World for this award. I am Nagpur, started executive education 1.5 years back, and today we are running, a program worth of, 30% of our revenue comes from our executive education. And we have 17 variety of programs and 25 programs we are running. FinTech goes into 1, 2, 3, 4, senior management program 1, 2, 3, 4, general management program 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have started 2 unique programs. One is cyber security in collaboration with FedEx Institute of Technology, Memphis University. Another one we started with blockchain, and this program with the Copenhagen Business School professor and IIM Nagpur together. So these are all the PG certificate program. We also into short-term program with many companies like L&T, Western Coalfield, and we are the first one to start morning. Anurag was talking about ESG management. We are the first one to start in the country for the Coal India. We have done 3 types of program for them. Similarly, we are doing program with HPCL, and we are doing with Titan, Bosch, and Forest Development Corporation of Maharashtra. These are just to name a few. So, and we have a independent separate building and all the separate facilities, no way sharing with our main flagship program. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would also request all the winners to please come for a group photograph together as one big family of BW here on stage, along with your trophies also. Please get your trophies along. All the winners, please, a humble request. Please join us here on the main stage for a group photo. It's okay if you're comfortable with both, you can carry both. I would request all the winners to please come forward. We are waiting for you. Please come. These are our achievers today, and it calls for definitely a round of applause. Everybody, can we have a round of applause for the winners today? Tough times don't last, but tough people do. And these are those tough people who have really put in the effort and hard work to bring their institution of the best. So a round of applause once again for them, please.
Yesterday, we gave the Dr. Preetham Singh Best Management School Professor, Director of the Award to Dr. Janat Shah, the former Director of IIM Udaipur, and he's now a professor at IIM Udaipur. So we want to show you an EV on the award, and we envisage a Future of Management Education Conclave to be a 3-day where we go beyond directors, we go beyond deans, we go into areas. So hopefully the next event will be 2-day, 3-day, and it will have much more richer content and much wider participation than we've seen in the past. So just want you to see the AV and maybe some glimpses from Dr. Janat Shah's conversation. I don't know what the team has taped up, but Karthik, if you can play that.
This award was received by Professor Janat Shah, and we do have some images from yesterday's event that we would like to show across to all of you of his receival of the award. Can we please have the images? A hearty congratulations once again to Professor Janat Shah, former professor of IIM Udaipur. Can we have a round of applause for the dignitary here? A mark of respect and appreciation for his achievement here today. Moving forward towards our next panel, I would request the team to kindly place out the chairs. While this is happening, I do have another brain teaser question for all of you, and let's see who's able to answer this one. All right, are you ready? Can I hear a yes? Louder, more energy. I know it's post-lunch, the energy is a bit low. But okay, so the question here is, can you name me that one popular brand that allows its employees to bring along their pets to their office workspace? Who knows the answer? Or you can do a wild guess also. Let's see. Google, हर चीज का आंसर Google थोड़ी ना होता है. Think a bit more.
I will repeat the question. Can you tell me that one popular brand, tech brand, which allows its employees to bring along their pets to their workplace? Yes. Urban Club. Amazon is the correct answer. What's your name? Wow. So why don't you share with us your experience of attending this event here today?
Actually, this is a very great opportunity. It's a very, I'm feeling very glad to be here. And thanks to IMS Ghaziabad for giving us this opportunity to attend such a wonderful and amazing session. And there are many things which we can learn from here. Apart from just basic notion of networking and many other things, there are many things which we can just experience, which we can learn by just viewing the things, by observing others, by learning the lessons from their experiences. So this is the opportunity, and of course, I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we're happy to have you here with us. All young and bright minds. Very nice. No. Oh, that was a good one. We'll keep that in mind for the next time, though. Thank you, sir. All right, then. Let me seize the opportunity and invite our panelists on board now that we are ready. For our next panel discussion on the topic, Bridging the Industry Academia Gap, let me call upon our panelists as follow. Dr. Radha Devanur, Director and Registrar, SCMS Group of Educational Institutes. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, please. Followed by Dr. Himadri Das, Director General, IMI. Next, I would like to call upon Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise. Next, I would like to call upon Professor M.P. Jaiswal, Director, IIM Sabalpur. He's going to join us virtually though. Huh? And next, I would like to call our moderator for the session, Dr. Jitendra Das, Director General, Ford School of Management. Can we hold an applause for our dignitaries here on stage, please? Thank you so much.
No. It's a priority. We should start.
Good to go?
We are just waiting for another panelist to join us virtually. I think they're just checking the technical connections. So please.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon to you all. We are into I think, the last session of the day. One more, okay. This is on part of the future of business education, and the theme for this session is industry academia linkages, right? And we have with us very learned panel members. We have a limited time. We are running late by almost an hour, and the time given to us was about 45 minutes. And I don't know whether we should be able to take 45 minutes, because I am also running out of time. And because of the limited time, I think the best way would be that all of us speak for 2-3 minutes, just an introductory thing. And then if you have time, then maybe I can figure out some question and ask you a question and we'll do it. Yeah. Now, industry academia interaction is in a B school domain is really very crucial. When we were students earlier on, the recruiters would typically recruit students, and put them through a training program for a year or so. Today, that's not the scenario. They want, job-ready students. And so therefore, we need to take up matters in a way that when students get recruited, they are on the job, straight away after they get placed. So therefore, students have to be up to speed in terms of what is it that is expected of them. And so the B schools have to fine-tune their own curriculum and interactions with the industry. Why interaction with industry? Because we know I was in a conference yesterday somewhere, and they put the word education 5.0. As somebody, we have heard about 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. What is this 5.0? With a chat GPT has come. So chat GPT has come, things are going to go topsy-turvy, things are going to change drastically. So now we need to be talking about education 5.0. Now in academics, the curriculums remain the same. There's no changes. It'll take time for changes to happen. So the students have to be made ready to take on the industry. You need to bring in these kinds of elements into the curriculum in their learning experience. How do we do that? So the industry people have to come in. So there are certain standard formats that the B schools follow. One is the regulator-driven thing, like the internship they have for about 3 months. That's one way. Then the corporate members or corporate executives are invited to deliver talks and talk to students, get invited as a panel members, and be judges to some student event, and that's about it. But that's not enough. So at least at Ford School of Management, we have not taken that as enough, and we are working feverishly into enhancing the student interaction. The various models we have tried, we have had failures in many, we have had mixed success in many. So we're still experimenting with something, and we started a new program on the industry interaction to upgrade our students. So if we have time, we can talk about it. We don't have time. So with this preliminary initial thought about the industry academia interaction, particularly in B school, which is very crucial, let's have a quick 3 minutes or 4 minutes of views, and then we will see if we can get into some kind of a discussion. So I will start from left and go on the right-hand side. I'll not interrupt midway. So if you exceed 4 minutes, then I'll tap on the phone, right? So that we are able to maintain time. And then let's see how it goes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. For us at Lexicon, one of the key aspects is that the B school operates like a corporate hub itself in terms of both structure, in terms of how the org flow is, and how the engagement and interaction is from a perspective of a student, a faculty, and all the young leaders that sit out there. At starts, our curriculum, the way that we built it in, they actually have a 9-month research and learning internship that is there. So where they work on live projects and on simulations whilst they're doing their internships, and they have to kind of end it with a complete capstone project that goes out there. We've also done, through our Center of Excellence, we've got a lot of tie-ups in place where during the last trimester of the student journey, they are learning the curriculum in base of the company that they're getting recruited to. So we obviously have tie-ups in place with various corporates who are kind of picking up these students and placing them. So with these students, they have faculty coming in from their company, spending time training the students in the form of certification. So when they are going on into their placement journey or starting their job, there is an element of day zero readiness that sits out there. And a lot of the heavy lifting, be it from a culture perspective, be it from a learning perspective, has already been done out there. There's a lot of engagement that we try to do through industry mentors. So each of our students has an industry mentor, so that we've got a collab in place where we've got industry leaders taking on 10 to 15 students based on the availability of time that they can commit to in investing in these students, where they kind of commit to giving them approximately 4 hours a quarter, where they are spending time with them, training them. These students can reach out to them and be there. The other element that we've worked a lot on is networking skills, because as you kind of grow up into the corporate world, one of the most important elements is networking. I've always believed that it's the heartbeat of any professional out there. So from various events, including a golf tournament, where we've got close to 100 CEOs that we kind of invite into Pune and do an annual golf tournament out there, where each CEO has ambassadors that are linked with them, so they can have a learning opportunity out there. That's kind of happens. The key obviously being that as much connect a student can get with current young leaders and experienced leaders, that's how they will kind of grow and kind of prosper out there. They'll spend time out there building that. And obviously from a digital perspective, ensuring that their profiles and their networking abilities on LinkedIn are enhanced. So yeah, that's initial. I think I'm in my cut of 4 minutes out there, so we can take on more questions later.
Thank you. Absolutely on time. Just one caveat here, while we are talking of industry, academia interaction, by and large, we end up focusing on the students' involvement in these activities. But there's other aspect to this, which is the faculty internship. So the faculty getting interned in the industry, so they are up to speed in the current practices in the industry so that they can deliver better in the classroom. That's also an important aspect. So if you have any such experience in dealing with these kinds of things, kindly do share, or if you have any quick views on that, because we are also exploring that option at Ford School. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So we've got a own a classroom concept that is there with the corporates, where the faculty actually goes in for time presence in the company to understand what is current out there, and they're collaborating with the leaders out there in terms of what the outflow is in terms of the student interaction. Also with the faculty, what we've done is a program on reverse mentoring. So they're spending a lot of time with not only students themselves and understanding what's the need out there, but also a lot of young leaders to understand what's happening, because a lot of times relevance to what is current is critical. And the whole reverse mentoring process has been very instrumental in driving that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity, and good evening, everyone. We can find students sitting at the back, and this is going to definitely help them too. What I feel is, see, all of us are privileged to be here occupying a seat, and probably we're getting good students and they're getting placed too. For me, all the students who pass out of every B school is my catchment area, in which case I feel that syllabus, everything is okay. In many of the colleges are autonomous, and many of them are driven by the universities. There is far more that we can do. At SEM, as Cochin School of Business, what we do is we get students from South India. And so we have a profiling. And along with the profiling, what we do is we conduct a series of psychometric tests. Each student is attached to a mentor too. Just like he said, we have a reverse mentoring from the industry and the alumni. We try to identify the gap. It's a very simple process. So a faculty who's a mentor, in fact, gets 8 to 10 students as mentees. It's very easy. So these are all, it's very easy to track my mentee. And when I find as a mentor that there's a gap for a particular person, what I do, without informing the mentee, we have the faculty team, the group, who sits together once every fortnight for these students whom we need to upgrade. So which are the skills? All of us have been hearing from morning about upskilling, reskilling, and so on. I'm not going further in it. But there are certain areas that can be fixed easily. And those are identified. And that is connected to a dossier. All these are, there are so many edutech companies here. We have our own system. So these are connected to the dossier. So since a student can easily gauge where he or she is on the basis of a SWOC, they on a trimester system, they evaluate themselves. So if I have written, if I have in the beginning of the course, if I felt that my